Là, je vais siéger à l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OFCE. Tu connais un peu les gens? J'ai quelques amis ici là-bas. Au niveau, je sais pas comment le dire, on a fait au cap. J'aime bien, mais c'est très connu. Donc, tu fais, donc, je vais au comité toujours. Ok. Je ne sais pas tout de suite, mais je dois. Oui, non, pas de soucis, je te laisse travailler. Je voulais juste te saluer parce qu'après, on va pas l'occasion de se voir.
Orateur, et on vous les amène après. Good morning, everyone. May I ask each and everyone to take his or her respective seat. Voila. And again, if you wish to engage in discussions amongst members, as I have said before, I would invite you to take it outside of the hemicycle. Good. The first item of business this morning is a debate on the report from the Monitoring Committee regarding the challenge to credentials on substantive grounds under Rule 8. I remind you that the members whose credentials are challenged may sit provisionally with the same rights as other Assembly members. The report is titled Challenge on Substantive Grounds of the Still Unratified Credentials of the Parliamentary Delegation of the Russian Federation, which is the document 15216 presented by Stefan Schenak on behalf of the Monitoring Committee with an opinion in document 15218 presented by Madam Ingrid Skau on behalf of the Committee on Rules of Procedures, Communities and Institutional Affairs. In order to finish by 10:45, I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 10:05 to allow time for the reply and the vote. And I also wish to remind each and every member of this Assembly that we do have rules in this House, and we also have rules of conduct, and that any breach of these rules of conduct will be conveyed to the Rules Committee to be looked into. Why am I saying this? Because my attention has been drawn to conduct that might fall under these rules. And therefore, I have seized the Rules Committee and will seize the Rules Committee if code of conduct as it is foreseen in our rules may seem to have been breached. So let that be clear. This is a house of rules. We cannot expect any other ones to respect rules if we do not respect our own rules. Having said this, I now call Mr. Schenak, rapporteur, to present the report. You have 10 minutes to present the report, Mr. Schenak, and at the end of the debate, you will have 3 minutes to reply to the debate. Without any due delay, Stefan, you have the floor.
Dankeschön, Herr Präsident. Good morning to you all from Vienna. I'm in the Parliament. We have Parliament meeting, and so I will be very clear and very briefly. Als ich die Aufgabe bekommen habe, diese Resolution zu machen, habe ich mich erinnert an die Arbeit der früheren Präsidenten der Versammlung, Nicoletti, Maurice Pasquier und unseres jetzigen Präsidenten und auch der Geist, der über diese Arbeit von mehr als 2 Jahren herrschte. Und dieser Geist hieß Dialog. Reden zusammen, statt über jemanden reden, zusammen sein und gemeinsam reden. Auch wenn es nicht immer leicht ist. Und wenn Sie mein Memorandum wirklich genau gelesen haben, sehen Sie, dass ich eine Reihe von Kritikpunkten hier angeführt habe. Und trotzdem komme ich zum Schluss, dass wir die Credentials, die Beglaubigungen der russischen Delegation ratifizieren sollen, dass wir diesen Weg der Kommunikation weitergehen müssen und auch die russische Seite uns Antworten und Einsichten geben muss. Es ist gleichzeitig die Voraussetzung für die Arbeit von Frau Oomen, Herrn Schäfer, Herrn Zingeris, Herrn Mahr, Frau Eversdottir, damit sie ihre Arbeiten, und es steht im Report, all relevant rapporteurs of the Assembly, also grünes Licht und Weg frei, dass alle Rapporteure, Berichterstatter der Versammlung ihre Arbeit tun können. Das ist eine der wichtigen Voraussetzungen. Zweitens aber ist es auch eine Voraussetzung, dass unsere Menschenrechtskommissarin ihre Mission auf der Krim weiterführen kann und endlich, wenn es die Situation zulässt, auch starten kann. Das sind alles wichtige Voraussetzungen, wo wir nicht über ein Land reden, sondern mit einem Land. Und, aber es bietet auch die Möglichkeit für Millionen von Staatsbürgern der Russischen Föderation, sich an den Europäischen Menschenrechtsgerichtshof zu wenden. Wir wollen diese Türe und wir sollen diese Türe nicht schließen. Wir sollen vielmehr all unsere Kraft im Ministerkomitee, in unsere Generalsekretärin, die Versammlung darauf verwenden, dass die Gerichtsurteile des Europäischen Menschenrechtshofes auch umgesetzt werden können. In diesem Sinne appelliere ich an die Versammlung. Ich weiß, es gibt einige in der Versammlung, die es als einen Triumph oder einen Erfolg zu Hause sehen wollen, wenn die Beglaubigungsschreiben nicht ratifiziert werden. Aber das ist nicht in einer gesamtgesellschaftlichen und institutionellen Verantwortung. Gerade dieser Tage hat der Dialog zwischen Präsident Biden und Präsident Putin wieder begonnen. Das ist wichtig. In der OSZE funktioniert dieser Dialog. Da fallen eher andere Länder bedenklich auf. Das heißt, wir sollen auf institutioneller Ebene im Haus der Menschenrechte, im Haus der Rechtsstaatlichkeit, im Haus der Demokratieentwicklung diesen Dialog weiterführen. Und dafür ist die Beglaubigung der Credentials eine wichtige Voraussetzung. Und ich kann hier nur an Sie alle appellieren. Fallen wir nicht in eine institutionelle Krise zurück, sondern gehen wir gemeinsam diesen Weg des Dialogs, diesen Weg der Berichterstattung, diesen Weg der Umsetzung, ermöglichen wir weiterhin den Zugang zum Europäischen Menschenrechtsgerichtshof für die russische Bevölkerung, ermöglichen wir all unseren Berichterstattern und der Menschenrechtskommissarin, ihre Arbeit fortzusetzen. Und in diesem Sinne appelliere ich, dieser Resolution zuzustimmen. Besten Dank, dass Sie mir zugehört haben.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. As you know, there is an opinion by the Rules Committee. Therefore, I now call Madame Skau, who I think is in the room. Is not in the room, but we would have liked you to be in the room, but okay. So now I call Madame Skau, Rapporteur of the Committee on Rules of Procedures, to present the committee's opinion. Madame Skau, you have the floor and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, President. And dear colleagues, Monday morning, the credentials of the Russian delegation have been challenged on substantive grounds, and in accordance with Rule 8 of the Rules of Procedure, in the matter has been referred to the Committee of Rules on Rules of Procedure for opinion. The Monitoring Committee decided to propose that the Assembly ratify the credentials of the members of the Russian delegation and call the Russian Federation to implement in return a number of actions. The Rules Committee is asked to consider the compatibility of this decision with the Rules of Procedure, in particular Rule 8, as well as with the Statute of the Council of Europe. In its previous opinions, the Rules Committee expressed its concern that any procedure for challenging credentials should be based on a duty substantiated request. The reason invoked in plenary in support of the challenge of the credentials of the Russian delegation constitutes serious and suitable grounds able to fall under scope of Rule 8 in that they contain a presentation of the facts and circumstances leading to support the assumption of persistent grave violation of Article 3 of the Statute and of Russia's accession commitments to the organization. The Rules Committee has a clear mandate. It is not its task to enter into substantive considerations. The analysis of substantial grounds fall under the scrutiny of the monitoring committee according to the terms of reference. It shall be noted that the monitoring committee's report includes a detailed description of facts leading the committee to support the proposal to confirm ratification of the Russian delegation's credential. The opinion presented by the Rules Committee concludes that the recommendation of the Monitoring Committee to the Assembly is in full compliance with the rules of procedure. The Rules Committee would like to seize the opportunity of the debate to inform the Assembly about its recent work and reflections conducted on the occasion of previous challenges on substantive grounds of the credentials of the Russian delegation in June 2019 and January 2020. The committee discussed the implication which a composition of a delegation may have the challenge of credentials on substantive grounds with regard to the presence in the delegation of members against whom the European Union has implemented restrictive measures and members elected in a national-wide constituency which includes an illegally annexed territory. With regard to the first issue, the Assembly would be fully justified in taking into account the existence of the European Union's restrictive measures, insofar as Rule 8 refers to a serious violation of the fundamental principles enshrined in the preamble and Article 3 of the statute, and these restrictive measures were adopted by the European Union in response to such a serious violation. The Council of Europe and the European Union share the same values and principles, although the Assembly is not explicitly requested to take into account any restrictive measures adopted by the European Union. The EU decision is affected to be taken into consideration because it highlights the existence of the violations of international law. And I think, Mr. President, you can see the two items that was an opinion from the Rules Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we now come into the list of speakers. We first have the representative of the political groups, after which we have other speakers. We have 19 plus 5 on our list, so I suppose we will not be able to have all of them taking the floor. As I recalled in the beginning, I will have to suspend the speakers list at 10:05. Those remaining on the list obviously have the right to submit their opinion, questions, remarks to the table office. First on my list, on behalf of the European Conservatives, is Mr. Goncharenko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a big honor to speak first on behalf of European Conservative Group on this extremely important issue. And we are discussing now a very important topic, and I want to thank Rapporteur, Mr. Schenner, for big work, really great work, which was done by him. But I can't understand one thing. If to read all his report, at the end should be not ratify credentials. It's a logical conclusion of what is written in the report. So it looks like very strange for me that in the end we see the opposite thing. Yes, I've heard a lot about dialogue, and we need a dialogue, I just want to give you some examples of dialogue from Russian side. Today in Donetsk, in Ukrainian Donetsk, which is now occupied by Russian Federation, there will be forum Russian Donbass with a presentation of editor-in-chief of Russia Today propagandist channel, Simonyan. This is a state Russian channel, and they are making forum Russian Donbass in Ukrainian Donetsk. You see a dialogue in this. What will be next? Russian Baku, Russian Tbilisi, Russian Vilnius, Russian Warsaw, or maybe Russian Strasbourg. That's a dialogue. It's a dialogue. Now, once again about conducting. Mr. Tolstoy, like always, are trying to interrupt me. And this man, Mr. Tolstoy, yesterday, after our meeting on Russian TV, said, Ukraine is a fake state. It's a dialogue. It's probably the good conduction. Mr. President, dear President, I'm addressing to you. Mr. President, Mr. General Secretary, I'm sorry, Mr. President, Mr. Dems, I just want you to hear me, that now this man is suspending the rules, he's interrupting me. And this man yesterday said, Mr. Tolstoy on Russian TV, that Ukraine is a fake state. Then before this, he said that Ukraine and Georgia are ugly gnomes. That he said just publicly. And you can see it. This is a dialogue. And all the dialogue is Russian Donbass Forum in Ukraine and Donetsk. Oh, this is a dialogue. If we're speaking that we are a watchdog of values, tell me please, what is a watchdog which couldn't bite but can only lick? This is not a watchdog. This is kind of a puppet dog, room dog for Putin and all around him. That's why I don't want us to be like this. I really think that we should be watchdogs of values of democracy, rule of law, human rights. And if there is so, we need to punish those who are absolutely against these values. And today, from 47 countries, there is one country which is spitting on these values. Unfortunately for me, and for all of us, this is the Russian Federation under Putin. That's the truth.
Thank you. The next on my list, on behalf of United Left, is Tini Cox. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we should not call this assembly a puppet dog. It is a meeting of the national parliaments of 47 member states. And I think we should pay respect to the essence of the assembly. Mr. President, our rules allow members to challenge credentials of a national delegation at the beginning of each year. But having this right does not say that you always have to use it. The means, challenging credentials, should serve a concrete goal. The right should better not be used time and again if there is not a clear rule, not a clear goal. In the past, the Assembly did lack effective means to act in case of possible violation of the statute and the conventions by a member state. And then challenging of credentials was often seen as the only possible means. But, Mr. President, we have to realize that since Tuesday afternoon, this Assembly has given itself an important new means in case of violation of the statute or the European Convention on Human Rights or commitments of a member state. We now have a joint complementary procedure in which the Committee of Ministers and the Secretary General work together with this Assembly in case of blatant violation of the statute and the convention. For the first time ever, the Committee of Ministers has given us the real right to act in case of things, when things go horribly wrong in one or more member states. So that is something that we have to realize. We now have a better means than challenging credentials. My third remark, Mr. President, the Assembly decided last year to prepare a full-fledged monitoring report on the situation in the Russian Federation, on its obligations and commitments, and on the way how the Russian Federation delivers on these obligations and commitments. We asked Ria Oomen and Axel Schäfer, as the co-rapporteurs of the Monitoring Committee, to deliver at the earliest convenience a full-fledged report on the situation in Russia. That would be the factual basis for this Assembly to really discuss the situation in that biggest member state of us. I would urge the Assembly, please let our co-rapporteurs, who we appointed ourselves, let them do their work, let them to peruse at the earliest convenience their report, and let us then have a serious debate on the developments in our biggest member state. I think that is the way how we should work. My group of the Unified European Left supports the resolution proposed by our rapporteur, Stefan Cennach, completely. We do reject all the amendments proposed because they are not helpful, except for the amendment of the Rules Committee, which we can support. Thank you very much.
We now come to the representative of the Socialist group, which is Frank Schwab. Frank, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Socialist, Democrats and Greens. Mr. President, dear colleagues, ich mache auf Deutsch weiter. Ich fühle mich erinnert an den Film Und täglich grüßt das Murmeltier, und ich habe es nochmal extra in der Übersetzung jetzt nachgelesen, Groundhog Day. damit es richtig übersetzt werden kann, sozusagen immer wieder dasselbe Thema und immer wieder derselbe Versuch, sich mit dem Thema auseinanderzusetzen. Irgendwann müsste man ja mal überlegen, ob das der richtige Weg ist, wenn jeweils die Mehrheiten so sind, wie sie sind, ob es nicht andere Möglichkeiten auch der Auseinandersetzung gibt. Und ich will das auch nochmal betonen, weil es ja gestern hier auch Gegenstand der Debatte war. Bei allen Schwierigkeiten, allen Verletzungen, auch allen persönlichen Erniedrigungen, die man vielleicht erleiden muss, auch als jemand, der aus bestimmten Ländern kommt, die betroffen sind, persönliche Beleidigungen helfen uns jedenfalls überhaupt nicht weiter und sind kein Ausweis von Politik, sondern eher das Gegenteil davon. Niemand derjenigen, jedenfalls nicht die überwältigende Mehrheit derjenigen, die hier sind und gleich die Credentials erteilen wollen, sind der Meinung, dass die Krim, das Südossetien oder Abchasien zu Russland gehören. Im Gegenteil, ich will es hier nochmal sagen und wir werden es auch gleich in dem Beschluss nochmal deutlich machen, die Krim gehört zur Ukraine, Südossetien und Abchasien gehören zu Georgien. Völkerrechtlich ist es jedenfalls so. Haben aber wir die Kompetenz als Versammlung hier, das entsprechend durchzusetzen? Ganz offensichtlich nicht. Die Kompetenz, die wir aber haben, ist Millionen von Menschen, die in diesen Gebieten leben, die in Teilen Russlands leben, in Tschetschenien, in Moskau und anderswo unter den Schutzschirm der Europäischen Menschenrechtskonvention zu halten. Wir haben die Durchsuchungen im Umfeld von Herrn Nawalny gesehen, die absolut inakzeptabel sind. Auch das ist Fall für den Europäischen Gerichtshof für Menschenrechte. Das heißt, der Lackmustest ist, ob die Russische Föderation ermöglicht, diesen Schutz der Europäischen Menschenrechtskonvention für die Bürgerinnen und Bürger entsprechend sicherzustellen. Und ich will es nochmal sagen, und ich sage es immer wieder, und das muss jeder auch verstehen, das sind die roten Linien. Die Durchsetzung der Urteile des Europäischen Gerichtshofs für Menschenrechte und die Möglichkeit des Monitorings, des Zugangs in die Russische Föderation und in Teile, die von Russland sozusagen direkt oder indirekt kontrolliert werden. Und wenn wir am Ende der Meinung sind, dass Russland dort nicht kooperiert, dann kann es nur die Möglichkeit geben zu sagen, all in or all out. Dann kann es nicht sein, dass Russland beim Ministerkomitee dabei bleibt und hier entsprechend nicht. Wir brauchen einen gemeinsamen Ansatz. Ansonsten können wir auch keine Stärke als Europarat gemeinsam entwickeln. Deswegen lassen Sie uns die politische Auseinandersetzung hier führen mit den russischen Kolleginnen und Kollegen, solange Russland Mitglied des Europarats ist. Und deswegen danke ich Herrn Schenach für den sehr guten Report und danke, dass er das übernommen hat. Und ich bitte um Zustimmung für die Erteilung der Credentials an die russische Delegation. Vielen Dank.
Dank Ihnen, Frank. We now come to the representative of EPP, Andreas Nick. Andreas, Sie haben das Wort.
Herr Präsident, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, wer die Diskussion in dieser Versammlung in den letzten Jahren miterlebt hat, den wird es nicht überraschen, dass es in der EVP-Fraktion unterschiedliche Auffassungen in dieser Frage gibt. Das will ich gleich zu Beginn auch offen ansprechen. Ich will aber auch deutlich machen, worin wir in der EVP-Fraktion weit überwiegend übereinstimmen. Wir stimmen weitgehend darin überein, dass wir der Auffassung sind, dass Russland ein großes europäisches Land ist, ein wichtiger Nachbar und ein bedeutender Teil der europäischen Zivilisation. Wir stimmen darin überein, dass wir gerade auch mit Blick auf die Menschen, auf die Zivilgesellschaft in Russland ein friedliches Zusammenleben wollen, gute und konstruktive Beziehungen mit Russland und möglichst enge Zusammenarbeit bei der Lösung globaler Probleme in unterschiedlichen Formaten. Aber gerade weil dies so ist, schmerzt uns die aktuelle Entwicklung in Russland zutiefst. Danke Stefan Schenach, er hat das als Berichterstatter in seinem Bericht, was die Probleme und Herausforderungen im Umgang mit Russland angeht, umfassend und zutreffend beschrieben. Und auch darin stimmen wir in meiner Fraktion weitgehend überein. Die Entwicklung in der russischen Gesellschaft versetzt uns zutiefst in Sorge. Wir hatten ja auch in den letzten Tagen, nicht zuletzt im Umgang mit dem Thema Nawalny, auch mit anderen Fragen darüber ausführlich diskutiert. Es ist im Bericht niedergelegt darüber, das muss ich nicht alles im Einzelnen wiederholen. Aber ich will das aber auch nochmal unterstreichen. Das ist nicht Teil einer geopolitischen Auseinandersetzung, Teil eines Machtkampfs. Es geht um den Kern dessen, worum wir uns hier als Mitgliedstaaten im Europarat verpflichtet haben. Es geht um den Kern des Schutzes von individuellen Menschenrechten, von Rechtsstaatlichkeit, von pluralistischer Demokratie. Und der Europarat hat im Konzert auch der internationalen Organisationen neben den Vereinten Nationen, neben der OSZE hier eine entscheidende Rolle zu spielen, gerade mit Blick auf diese Themen. Und es ist angesprochen worden, wir reden zentral über die Frage der Einhaltung der Urteile des Europäischen Gerichtshofs für Menschenrechte, ob er diese Schutzfunktion für 140 Millionen Bürger der Russischen Föderation ausüben kann. Auch Herr Nawalny hat den verschiedentlich angerufen und hat dort Recht bekommen. Wir reden über die Frage des Monitoring, wo unsere Berichterstatter in der Lage sein sollten, diesen Bericht abzuschließen. Wir wollen, das jedenfalls in der Mehrheit meiner Fraktion, dass Russland mit allen Rechten und Pflichten Mitglied dieser Organisation bleibt. Aber genau daran wird man Russland auch messen müssen. Wir halten die Credentials nicht für das geeignete Instrument. Und wir wollen auch nicht wir wollen keine Hauruck-Entscheidung von Montag bis Donnerstag, sondern wir wollen auf der Grundlage der Berichte unserer Rapporteurs in einer sachlichen, bezogenen Diskussion auch mit den russischen Kollegen diese Frage insgesamt beurteilen. Dieser Zeitpunkt wird kommen und dann wird auch die Frage zu entscheiden sein, ob die Ergebnisse, ob das, was wir von der Russischen Föderation als Antwort erhalten, eine ausreichende Grundlage bietet, weiterzuarbeiten oder das Joint Procedure auszulösen. Und auf diesen Punkt sollten wir gemeinsam konstruktiv hinarbeiten im Interesse der Verpflichtungen, die wir eingegangen sind, alle miteinander als 47 Mitgliedstaaten im Europarat. Vielen Dank.
Danke Ihnen. We now come to the representative of the ALDE group, Madam Jufereva. Maria, you have the floor.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, on behalf of ALDE, I want to express the opinion of the members of our political group on the text of the resolution that refers to the question of credentials of the Russian delegation and, sadly, to the issue of persistent violations of democracy and the principles of the rule of law by our member state. ALDE expresses great preoccupation about the continued failure by the Russian Federation to honor commitments and obligations as a member state of the Council of Europe. The ALDE group also shares grave concern about increasing negative tendencies for democracy, the rule of law, and human rights in Russia. It is not the first time in the past few years that we are called to debate the issue of credentials of the Russian delegation, and we do not take pleasure in this. The challenge of credential is a tool we have at our disposal to send a very clear signal to our Russian colleagues: progress must be made. We expect that. Full cooperation with the Council of Europe and the Assembly is part of membership obligations. Access of rapporteurs and election observers is not negotiable. Individuals subjected to restrictive measures adopted by the European Union may not remain members of this House. Tangible progress in democratic record must be demonstrated in the months to come. The proposal for challenging the credentials of the parliamentary delegation of Russian delegation is also a signal to our colleagues that the latest event around the arrest and detention of anti-corruption activist Alexei Navalny, the arrest of his peaceful supporters, and more generally the growing pressure against political opposition in the country is not a way towards democracy, quite the contrary. The question is, how the pace should react to this behavior of a member state. We need to preserve the credit of trust and respect in our institution, and we wish to see democratic Russia. Should we continue our dialogue on the platform of pace, or should we finish this dialogue as it doesn't bring the results? Dear colleagues, for the time being, all the members have different views on how to respond. What is very clear to us is that lack of progress puts credentials at risk, that membership in a human rights organization brings responsibilities, and that we expect that these responsibilities should be taken. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you. We now move to the speakers list as such. First on my list is Alexander Mereshko. Alexander, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, a year ago when the decision, a mistaken one of course, was taken to let Russian delegation back to PACE, it was expected that there will be some progress on the part of Russia, that Russia would change its ways and its attitude towards human rights. And now, a year after, we ask ourselves, where is the progress? And the answer is there is no progress. On the contrary, the situation with human rights in Russia has considerably deteriorated. In the organization, based on the principles of democracy, respect for human rights and rule of law, there shouldn't be place for a state which systematically violates human rights, commits war crimes, and pursues the policy of aggression against its neighbors. Otherwise, this state, Russia, takes its membership in the Council of Europe as an encouragement to continue its crimes. Dear colleagues, I would like to raise here the issue of the secret Russian prison in Donbass, in the occupied Donetsk. This secret prison called Isolation has its address in Donetsk, and it is known for torture and ill treatment of prisoners, regardless of gender, age, or health. The report of the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights provides data on beatings, electric shocks, asphyxiation, sexual violence, torture, removal of body parts, nails and teeth, deprivation of water, food, sleep, or access to the toilet, imitation of execution, threats of violence of death, threats of harm to the family. This secret Russian prison in the occupied territory became symbol of Russian war crimes, and it became symbol of Russia itself. Dear colleagues, here I have heard many times the enigmatic word dialogue, which is widely used to justify stay of Russia in peace. The truth is, the dialogue shouldn't turn into appeasement of the aggressor. There is no dialogue on the part of Russia, and there will be no dialogue. Russia ostentatiously ignores resolution of peace and will do it in the future. Let's not pretend to be naive. Therefore, we shouldn't ratify the credentials.
Could you ask for the floor, please, in order for us to enable you to give the floor? Inese, okay. We go to the next one. No? Do we have Inese? Okay, Inese, you have the floor. 3 minutes. You have to put on your mic, Inese. Put on your microphone, please.
Excuse me. Honorable Mr. President, dear colleagues, this week my country Latvia celebrated the 100th anniversary of the Euro recognition of Latvia, and it was another important victory that was won together with our allies in Paris that time. To quote Siegfried Anna Mairovic, the first Foreign Affairs Minister of Latvia, using a quill pen and brains instead of deadly weapons. Today, not only do we enjoy an unprecedented level of trust on the part of our allies, but we also contribute to the international community to the best of our abilities. Thereof, it's my duty to draw your attention to the continued deterioration of the situation in the Russian Federation with regard to the rule of law and democracy. I have to remind that before Russia was readmitted to the PACE in 2019, we pointed to the fact that Russia is not a trusted partner. Last year, we all witnessed how Russia continued to pursue an illegal and aggressive policy, brutally seeking to poison opposition leader Alexei Navalny, against whom a blatant political persecution still continues. I take this opportunity to condemn the actions of the Russian law enforcement authorities on the 23rd of January this year against the members of the protests who exercised their freedom of assembly and freedom of expression in a democratic way. I watched reports of these protests with satisfaction, concluding that even the temperatures of 50 degrees below zero is not an obstacle for people from St. Petersburg to Vladivostok to speak out loudly and ambitiously voice their position on the lawfulness, which is depriving people of hope for a truly democratic Russia. At the same time, recalling Russian history, I also felt an internal worry about these and future protesters, and I therefore call on the Russian authorities to refrain from using unproportionate force against peaceful demonstrators and illegal detentions. These latest developments are another proof that the renewal of Russia's voting rights in the PACE was a flawed step that has allowed Russia to liberate ignore the resolutions of the PACE, but above all, to continue to undermine the image and fundamental values of this very important organization. Allow me also sincerely remind you that the recent judgment of the European Court of Human Rights, proving that Russia has committed a series of human rights violations during the occupation war of Georgia in 2008. To conclude, also on the behalf of the Latvia's delegation, I urge you not to ratify the credentials of the Russian Federation delegation on substantive grounds under Rule 8 on account of serious violations of Article 3 of the preamble of the statute, as well as Russia's failure to honor its obligations and commitments. Thank you.
Thank you. We now come to our next speaker, Mr. Tolstoy. You have the floor for 3 minutes.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые члены Ассамблеи, я хочу поблагодарить докладчика за работу. И хочу вам сказать, что на сегодня вот этот зал, Совет Европы, это единственная площадка для диалога европейских стран и самой большой страны Европы, Российской Федерации. диалога на равных, взаимоуважительного и никакого другого. Конечно, ни на какие ультиматумы, санкции, ни на какие ограничения полномочий наша делегация никогда не согласится. И если решение будет принято об ограничении полномочий любого из членов нашей делегации, мы будем вынуждены покинуть эту площадку для диалога, как это было в 2014 году. Правда, неясно после этого у целого ряда делегаций возникнут проблемы. Кого обвинять? Станет гораздо меньше интересных дискуссий в этом зале. Даже не знаю, чем они займутся. Нападки на Россию со стороны Украины, Грузии – это, в общем-то, абсолютно нам понятно, объяснимо, поскольку правительства этих стран в свое время применили силу против своего населения, использовали армию и, конечно, навсегда потеряли те территории, о которых они все время сожалеют в разных своих выступлениях. Но я также хочу обратить ваше внимание, господин председатель, господин генеральный секретарь, уважаемые члены Ассамблеи, считаю абсолютно недопустимым в этом зале оскорбление страны, оскорбление одной из делегаций Ассамблеи и оскорбление президента России Владимира Путина. Это недопустимо. При любом плюрализме мнений должна быть хотя бы минимальная культура, к сожалению, отсутствующая у нашего коллеги Гончаренко и ряда других коллег. Я хочу поблагодарить также господина Савицкого за многолетний труд по организации взаимоотношений России с этой ассамблеей. Мы очень это оценили. Надеюсь на благоразумие большинства участников этой ассамблеи, коллег, и желание нормального диалога, повторюсь, с самой большой страной Европы, чтобы день сурка, как сказал господин Швабе, не повторялся. Спасибо.
Thank you, Mr. Tolstoy. We now come to our next speaker, who is Yulia Ovchiniskoyeva. I do apologize because these names are not always easy for me. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
You've got,
dear President, dear Assembly members, dear ladies and gentlemen. The Council of Europe was established based on the idea and value of pursuing peace based upon justice and international cooperation as vital for the preservation of human society and civilization. Members of Council of Europe have proved their devotion to the spiritual and moral values, which are the common heritage of their peoples and the source of individual freedom, political liberty, and the rule of law, principle which form the basis of all genuine democracy. So we can find these ideas in the preamble to the Council of Europe statute, which all members have to respect and implement. That what the Council of Europe was established for, that's the essence of this existence, and no one couldn't be allowed to violate these fundamentals. Unfortunately, in the last 6 years, we have been observing a hybrid manipulative war also here in the Council of Europe. The fundamental values and regulations of the Council of Europe, as well as international law, have been grossly violated by Russian Federation. Council of Europe has rules and procedure for challenging of credentials of the members' country, delegation of substantive grounds. Serious violation of the basic principle of the Council of Europe mentioned in the Article 3 of the preamble of statute. It has been happening again and again. Russian Federation has been violating all this international law, rules, and completely ignoring the regulation of the international organization. And the violations go beyond the national boundaries. It was clearly described in 2 reports prepared by Council of Europe. It's a report to the Monitoring Committee, report to the commitment of rules of procedure, immunities, and institutional efforts. And in spite of such evidence-based reports, which prove that Russia broke the Council of Europe statute and the international law, the conclusion is to ratify the credential of the Russian Federation and return to the assessment of progress made when a monitoring report is submitted later this year. We would support the Assembly's continuous commitment and hopes to pursue the political dialogue on the Russian Federation obligation under the Statute of Council of Europe. But the crucial issue is that the dialogue is not possible when the other side is not committed to fulfill the obligation and declare action. Dialogue is not possible when the other party is neglected rules and obligation and playing a hybrid game which is too far from the values of integrity, honesty, justice, and democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to our next speaker, Madam Olena Komenko. Olena, you have the floor.
Mr. Rapporteur, regretfully, the warnings in June 2019 not to allow the Russian Federation delegation to be back unconditionally without at least some improvements in the situation were ignored. The challenge of credential of the Russian Federation after numerous serious violations of democracy, rule of law, and human rights were ratified in 2020. Today, we again considering ratifying credentials of the state persistently violating the fundamental values of the Council of Europe. As was warned in this hemicycle last year, as soon as our past resolutions remain to be unimplemented, this topic will come back to the agenda over and over again. And it looks like this is happening now. This looks that the pace is enjoying the process, instead, on the contrary, to be focused on, to deliver results, struggling to protect democracy, rule of law, and human rights. Let's look back in this year. Have been there any improvements in the Russian Federation with regard to this? Let us be honest, there have not been. Russia is the leader among other member states in the number of applications pending before the European Court of Human Rights. 1/4 of applications coming from Russia. At the same time, the number of cases closed by Russian Federation in 2019 was among the lowest. We call on the Assembly not to ratify credentials of the Russian Federation delegation. Thank you.
Thank you. We now come to our next speaker, who is Mr. Kuchava. You have the floor.
Dear colleagues, when discussing ratification of the credentials of the Russian Federation delegation, let's bear in mind the recent judgment of the European Court of Human Rights on the case of 2008 war between Russia and Georgia. The court legally established the responsibility of the Russian Federation for the violation of fundamental norms of international law and the human rights during the August 2008 war and in the subsequent period of the Russian occupation of Georgian territories. I would like to underline, during the August 2008 war and in the subsequent period of the Russian occupation of Georgian territories. The Grand Chamber of 17 judges clearly ruled in the illegal occupation of the effective control of Georgia's sovereign territories by the Russian Federation. Russia violated fundamental human rights, among those prohibition of torture, right of life, freedom of movement, and the right to property. Let me ask you, has anything changed since 2008? Does Russia fulfill ceasefire agreement of August 12, 2008? Do you see the changes in the attitude of behavior towards the occupied Georgian territories, or has it implemented recommendations of the Council of Europe? Of course, the answers to all these questions are no. In 2021, the situation is the same as it was in 2008. Intensive ethnic discrimination of Georgians, deprivation of their lives, case of torture, kidnapping, and illegal detainment, restriction of freedom of movement, prohibition of education in the native language, and violation of rights of IDPs and refugees to return to their homes. Not to mention the Russia continues to violate the EU-mediated ceasefire agreement that makes move towards de facto annexation to the occupied Georgian regions. Therefore, as long as we face such disregard to the fundamental norms of the international law and human rights, which are the main principles of the Council of Europe, we do not see any possibility to voting in favor of ratification of the credentials of the Russian parliamentary delegation to the Assembly. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We now come to our next speaker, who is Mr. Kislyak. You have the floor.
Спасибо. Господин председатель, в одном из своих первых выступлений на этой сессии вы подчеркивали, что в нашей организации принципы должны быть выше сиюминутных политических интересов. На деле резолюция, которую мы сегодня обсуждаем, это как раз пример того, как принципы становятся заложниками политических манипуляций. Принципы только тогда принципиальны, когда они базируются на честных и, главное, на фактами обоснованных оценках. Принципы только тогда принципиальны, когда они универсально применяются ко всем, и когда они применяются с уважением к собеседникам, их законам и, прежде всего, правам их народа определять собственную судьбу, включая собственную конституцию. Так вот, нынешняя резолюция – это яркое отражение политических устремлений авторов, но уж никак не реализация принципов, основанных на правде, о которых вы, собственно, и говорили. Честно говоря, я этому не удивлен. Хорошо зная, какие усилия, какие средства вкладываются в последнее время в развертывание пропагандистской войны против моей страны. Жаль, что ПАСЕ с ее, в общем-то, высокими принципами втягивается в те же маневры, втягивается вольно или, вполне допускаю, для кого-то и невольно. Ведь на деле претензии, выкатываемые в адрес России, нередко внедрены из антироссийского публичного оборота, ныне отмеченного неправдами, натянутыми полуправдами и двойными стандартами. Возможно, расчет на то, что в нынешних условиях все сойдет. Еще раз взгляните на резолюцию. Она полна озабоченности и негативными тенденциями. Но кому это определять? Подчеркну, российскому народу. А российский народ – это не только группа людей из оппозиции, у которых, безусловно, есть право на свою точку зрения и есть право ее продвигать в рамках законных действий. Большинство же у избирательных урн говорят другое. Нам вменяют в вину конституционно закрепленное требование защищать суверенитет, защищать целостность территории России. Покажите мне какую-нибудь другую страну, где в Конституции предлагается разбазаривать собственную территорию. Опять же, в данный контекст монтировано утверждение о якобы отравлении Навального. Но мои коллеги по делегации не раз уже рассказывали, что у нас в России нашему гражданину в ситуации медицинской необходимости была оказана вся необходимая помощь, оказана оперативно и высокопрофессионально. Подчеркну, никаких ядов обнаружено не было. Вот это факты о ситуации с нашим гражданином на нашей территории. Все иное, что накручивается по этой теме из других стран, фактами не подтверждено и путем нормального для подобной ситуации сотрудничества не проясняется. И это тоже факт сам по себе. В целом и натянутого, и надуманного немало. Но я хотел бы порекомендовать тем, кто это продвигает, прежде всего посмотреть в зеркало и вспомнить о тех правонарушениях, которые имеют дело в Украине, имеют место в Прибалтике, на улицах Амстердама, Парижа и Рейхстага. И последнее. Подчеркну, что мы готовы работать с ПАСЕ по всем трудным вопросам, но работать на равных. А это должно означать, что наши полномочия должны быть такими же нормальными, как у всех других делегаций без мнений. И рекомендую регулярно посматривать в зеркало. Спасибо.
Thank you. We now come to our next speaker, who is Mr. Zingeris. Manuelis, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Chairman. Thank you, dear colleagues. I am in Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly from '93, and I remember the joy of '96 when Russia, and still democratic Russia, not current Russia, was joining, and they joined our institution. I remember the same chamber, and I remember the obligations put it and accepted by Russia. For example, withdraw from Moldova 14 army, one of the first obligations. Second, to compensate deportees to the Stalin gulags from Baltic countries. So, and in front of me, I have probably more like 20 Russian official resolutions about Russia obligated them to fulfill the commitments. So no one of those obligations was implemented. And for that reason, I would like to turn your attention that this challenge of Russian delegation is on very serious, substantial grounds. So we have even geopolitical military aggressions against neighboring countries, taking their territories, Ukraine and Georgia. So from my point of view, the basic negative trends related to the last amendments to Russian constitution and the upper level of declared Russian law against international law should turn our attention seriously what happened with the implementation of our court decision. We declare Mr. Navalny innocent in 7 cases. So failure to investigate the last murder in the front of Kremlin of Boris Nemtsov, failure to protect LGBT rights, and declaring NGO like foreign agents and inside of Russia, and even declaring our Council of Europe NGOs inside of Russia like foreign agents, and making pressure on our Council of Europe institutions. No one question was not solved, and in this case we have totally ironical, negative attitude from Russian Federation to our statements. So from this point, asking to free Navalny immediately, let him go, and let's go and free all political prisoners in Russia, we should raise the question about how Russia look to democracy inside of Russia, and especially about the historical revisionism related to Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and 39, fully lying about the circumstances of invasion to Finland, Baltic states, and Poland in 39 and 40s, and occupying those countries. I would like to ask you to say that enough is enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We now come to our next speaker, who is Kimmo Kiljunen. Kimmo, you have the floor.
Mr. President, may I first say great thanks for the rapporteur, Stefan Schenach, for preparing this resolution. And at the same time, I would also appreciate that the monitoring committee, with great majority, agreed with this draft resolution. It's very explicit, the resolution text itself, if you read it. We are here together in this assembly hall because we have common values which are clear for all of us: democracy, human rights, and rule of law. The report, the resolution, notes nevertheless with concern about the fulfillment of the commitments and obligations of us by Russian Federation. It's very explicitly noted here. We can read it carefully. If you read it carefully, we are worried about the changes introduced in the constitution of Russian Federation. We obviously are asking seriously concerning the implementation of the judgment of European Court of Human Rights, how those have been implemented by Russia. Obviously, the solution of Crimean issue in line with the international law still waits. It's still open, the question. There are pressure and restrictions against civic society, extra-parliamentary opposition, critical journalists, and activist NGOs in Russia. These are all mentioned here, including, obviously, the Navalny case we discussed yesterday. Nevertheless, Mr. President, I think so that the conclusions of the resolution is very clear. This assembly is a dialogue place. We are here to discuss. Yes, we have different opinions. We have even different opinions how we are fulfilling our commitments. And there are also many countries which are not fulfilling them absolutely in ideal terms. Let's discuss them openly. Now we are discussing about Russia. We are highlighting the major problems. There are major problems. But when there are colleagues around us who are calling for sanctions and punishments in tough terms, I am not so sure. Sanctions are easy to put on ground. How do you get rid of them? It's a big problem. It's also a problem that you are frequently punishing those you would like to help instead of really improving the situation. And Mr. President, my last question concerning sanctions is always, do you agree that isolation is the best way of improving the world? Or is it actually better that we try to work together with the common values we do have? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Kimmo. We now turn to our next speaker, who is Mr. Slutsky in the room, I think. You have the floor.
Большое спасибо, господин председатель. Я хочу поблагодарить нашего докладчика, господина Шеннаха, за непростую работу, которую он проделал. Хочу поблагодарить также лидеров трех крупнейших политических групп нашей ассамблеи, господина Ника, господина Кокса, господина Швабе, которые наряду с критичностью задали в целом конструктивный тон сегодняшнему обсуждению. Также я хочу поблагодарить и господина Килинина. Я, коллеги, должен призвать нас к тому, что в этом зале должна звучать правда. Я говорил об этом, выступая вчера. Алексей Навальный не был отравлен в России. Алексей Навальный был спасен в России. Его жизнь была спасена. И если бы клиника Шарите в Берлине дала бы малейшее подтверждение в ответ на запрос Генеральной прокуратуры России о отравляющих веществах в организме пациента Алексея Навального, в этом зале сейчас в дискуссии участвовали бы не только представители, главным образом, Украины, Латвии, Грузии. Это был бы совершенно другой разговор. То же самое в отношении обвинений по нападению на Цхинвал 8 августа 2008 года. Миссия по установлению фактов Европейского Союза во главе с послом Хайди Тальевини в 2009 году четко закрепила, что вероломным образом в дни Олимпийского перемирия Грузия, режим Михаила Саакашвили, вероломно напал на тех, кого называл вслух гражданами Грузии. И нас здесь, в этом зале, не нужно обманывать. Мы должны исходить из правды, когда мы говорим на любую тему. И правда заключается в том, и это закреплено в выступлениях сегодня лидеров политических групп, что Российская Федерация действительно хочет работать в крупнейшей, самой широкоохватной европейской организации, Совете Европы и его парламентской ассамблее. И мы работаем конструктивно по ряду досье. Это и совместное противостояние пандемии COVID-19, это наука, культура, спорт и многое другое в ряде профильных комиссий ассамблеи. Поэтому попытки с помощью лжи деформировать образ России на пространстве Совета Европы обречены на провал, дорогие господа. И сегодня в этом зале мы видим, что большинство лидеров политических групп призывают нас к конструктиву. Мы ждем докладчиков комиссии по мониторингу, мы открыты к диалогу. Диалог – это не загадочное слово, господин Мерешко, диалог – это основа для нашего сотрудничества. Господин Гончаренко сегодня сравнил себя с собакой. Восточную мудрость хочу напомнить: собака лает, а караван идет. Так же, как господин председатель, хочу поблагодарить вас. Действительно, в этом зале нельзя оскорблять президента суверенной страны Российской Федерации. И большое спасибо, уверен в правильном и конструктивном решении сегодня. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Mr. Goncharenko, point of order. May I recall each and everyone in this hemicycle and outside what I have stated in the beginning of this meeting. We have rules of conduct in this meeting. Any issue that I consider potentially being in breach of this will be transferred and already has been transferred to the Rules Committee to consider. It's not for me to judge on that, but it will be transferred. This will be an orderly meeting. Mr. Goncharenko has asked the floor for a point of order. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to stress attention of everybody. When at the beginning you, Mr. President, told that there is rules of conduct here of behavior. I think you didn't mention that it's okay to say on one delegate that he is a dog. And everybody who are here who understands English language, maybe Mr. Slutsky doesn't understand, know that I didn't say this. And I think you should say something to these, I don't know how to call them. In Russian language, there is a word господин, господа или товарищи, misters, that they should conduct here not like in the Council of Federation and like in State Duma. This is a Council of Europe. And I will just add one word to them. Знаете, господа Слуцкий и Толстой, это там вы граф Толстой, а вы здесь просто простой. Спасибо.
Okay. This being said, we now turn to our speakers lists again. Next on my list is Madam Zaburana. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you. We highly appreciate this discussion, first of all. And why? Because we follow the rules and procedures of this House. We consider the fact that of this discussion is already a victory because I would like to extend that is only state, Russia, which was challenged for credentials and receive yellow card. Why? Because Russia now in the world is one of the negative record holder of restriction human rights, illegal annexation of foreign territories, and of course aggression. A warning so that if this member country doesn't change behavior, the action should be taken. The dialogue can be possible if you are being heard. Russia doesn't hear and doesn't see any violation on its side. So I would like the delegates to support and to unratified credentials of the parliamentary delegation of Russia Federation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I stated in the beginning, when we go over 10:05, unfortunately, I will have to close the list of speakers, which I am doing at this instance. Every speaker who wishes to have an added, you will have it, okay? Every speaker who wishes to make comments is allowed to transfer this to the table office. And again, also, I have seen you, sir, so you don't have to shout like that. Okay, you have the floor for a point of order.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Я взял именно по порядку ведения, поскольку вчера, ознакомившись с листом ораторов, я обратил внимание, что я в списке номер 3, поскольку своевременно подал заявление на выступление. За ночь, к сожалению, каким-то удивительным образом моя фамилия в выступлении передвинулась на безопасное расстояние. Я хочу сказать, что мы говорим о балансе. Да какой же баланс? Голосовать мы сегодня не сможем по этому вопросу. По поправкам возражать не сможем. Так хотя бы дайте высказаться. У нас высказалось 12 или 13 инициаторов темы, и только 3 противника. Поэтому я просил бы все-таки предоставить мне слово и обещаю никого собакой не называть. Спасибо.
Dear colleague, I understand your and other colleagues' frustration, but as I stated in the beginning, we have rules. Now, the list of speakers is established specifically according to these rules. And it does indeed prevent you at this instance to have your declaration, but it also presents other colleagues to have their presentation. So I do apologize for the fact that a number of colleagues are not able to address this debate at this instance, but it is in full compliance with the rules. If these rules should be looked into again, I would welcome that, because I do believe a number of our rules are not exactly ideal, but no rules in any parliament are ideal. So please take on board that in your case, but in other colleagues' cases, it is because we just very strictly follow the rules. Having said this, we now come to the consideration of the amendments, but before that, we have our rapporteur, who, if he wishes to do so, can reply using 3 minutes. Mr. Shenak, do you wish to reply?
Dankeschön, Herr Präsident. Ich habe der Debatte sehr genau verfolgt, bedanke mich für viele Wortmeldungen. Ich kann auch verstehen, dass Abgeordnete aus Georgien und aus der Ukraine eine andere Meinung vertreten als ich, aber trotzdem ersuche ich den Weg, den eingeschrittenen Weg, den wir uns hart erkämpft haben in den letzten Jahren, des Dialoges fortzusetzen. Und ich glaube, es war Frank Schwabe, der hat den Film Täglich grüßt das Murmeltier, The Greyhound, erwähnt. Das wurde ich von einer russischen Journalistin auch gefragt, ob das jetzt üblich ist, dass jeden Jänner die Russian Credentials zur Debatte stehen. Und ich habe gesagt, das liegt in der Hand der russischen Delegation und es liegt in der Hand Russlands. Erstens zu ermöglichen, dass alle unsere Berichterstatter der Versammlung ins Land kommen, dass die Menschenrechtskommissarin ins Land kommt, zu erfüllen die Gerichtsurteile des Menschenrechtsgerichtshofes. Somit liegt das weitgehend in der russischen Hand. Und ich denke, mein Bericht zeigt viele Schattenseiten. In einem Paragraph habe ich so geschrieben, it sounds not so optimistic, es klingt nicht so optimistisch. Trotzdem, der Weg des Dialogs ist alternativlos. Für alle Probleme, die wir mit der russischen Delegation haben. Trotzdem suche ich um so wie der Monitoring-Ausschuss auch, zu einer sehr, sehr breiten Zustimmung zu kommen, dass wir diesen Dialog mit Rechten und Pflichten fortsetzen können. Und in diesem Sinne, als Berichterstatter bedanke ich mich für die teilweise sehr emotionale Debatte, aber am Ende hoffe ich doch, dass wir zu einer positiven Verabschiedung dieser Resolution kommen. Danke sehr.
Thank you, Mr. Schenak. We now come to the consideration of the amendments. You have the document 15216, which is the draft resolution. It is presented with the amendments in the sideline and the sidebar. The Monitoring Committee has presented a draft resolution to which now 11 amendments have been tabled. The amendments will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that speeches on amendments are strictly limited to 1 minute. I also remind you that members of the delegation of the Russian Federation whose credentials are challenged may sit provisionally with the same rights as other assembly members until the assembly has reached a decision. However, those members shall not vote in any proceedings relating to the examination of credentials which concerns them. So to put it very simply, those whose credentials are challenged, in this case, the colleagues of the Russian delegation, cannot vote neither on amendments nor on the resolution itself. We now move to the first amendment, which is amendment number 6. I have been informed by the chair that this amendment was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority. I see in my compendium there is a number of these who have been rejected by a 2/3 majority. Rules provide that an objection requires the support of 10 members. Given the interventions I have heard, it seems obvious that amendments will be asked to be tabled by 10 members or more. So I'm not going to go into voting all of that. So I do request the approval of those here that we just move on all the amendments without losing any times. And as a matter of fact, it also would allow any members to have their argumentation on the table. Is that okay? Then we will do so. We now come to amendment number 6. I call Mr. Zingeris to support amendment 6. You have 1 minute.
Yes, sir. That is about the commitments which should be mentioned in just to have all commitments mentioned, not only those who are mentioned in the Mr. Shenach. I would like to say him thank you so much for your contribution, Mr. Shenach, but to include all commitments to all resolutions adopted by Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly from '96, and to have that like a catalog of obligation of Russia actually not fulfilled. Sorry for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone wish to speak against? Mr. Cox, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we discussed twice in the monitoring committee, it does not make sense to add all kinds of earlier decisions to the already very big report on these issues that our rapporteur made. So as the monitoring committee decided, this does not make sense. So I propose not to accept this amendment.
Thank you. What is the opinion of the committee? Mr. Nemeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dems. Greetings from Mr. Jensen. Unfortunately, he must be in Copenhagen. So greetings from Budapest. The committee has rejected the amendment with a 2/3 majority.
The committee is against. We now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. Please vote. Those colleagues in the hemicycle, please use the voting system of the hemicycle and not the Kudo system, because you might mistakenly vote twice, and that would complicate things. So in the hemicycle, only the voting system of the hemicycle. Outside of the hemicycle, Kudo. Please vote. Vote is closed. Result. $25 against. Oh, okay, this is only here. Okay, sorry. I have to add it up. I apologize. Okay, so I've got different things down here. So the result is 38 in favor of the amendment, 97 against, 7 abstentions. So the amendment is rejected. Now we go to amendment number 10. The amendment has been rejected by a 2/3 majority, but as I said before, we will nevertheless give the floor to Ms. Andrikiene to support amendment number 10. You have 1 minute.
Colleagues, I ask you to support my amendment, even though it was rejected by the committee. It speaks about Crimea and the amendment to the Russian constitution made last year. I slightly changed the wording, and now it reads as follows. This amendment to the Russian constitution not only ignores multiple demands with regard to the solution for the Crimea issue, but it is in a contradiction with the international commitments of the Russian Federation and international law. That's it. So just to add to this, that Crimea is an integral part of Ukraine. All democratic countries are trying to help Ukraine in solving this issue. Please support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wishes to speak against? Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. President. I advise the Assembly not to accept this amendment. There will be a better amendment regarding this issue later on of the Rules Committee. So, as the committee also did, I ask you to not to support this amendment. Thank you very much.
Opinion of the committee?
The committee has rejected with a 2/3 majority.
Thank you. Please vote. The vote is open. Vote is closed. Result, please. $39 in favor, 93 against, 9 abstentions. The amendment is being rejected. We now come to amendment number 2. Also an amendment who has been rejected by a 2/3 majority. Nevertheless, I will give the floor I call on Mr. Umerov to support amendment number 2. We have 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, as a representative of Crimea, of temporarily occupied Crimea and indigenous people, I would like to support this amendment. Why? Because people need a signal from the assembly that they are on the right side, they are on the international side, and they need support. So as a people that are being suppressed at the moment and have lost 10% of their population and became IDPs, I need this support to be seen in Crimea, as Crimean Tatar, as a member of Ukrainian parliament, and I wish you colleagues to support it. Thank you very much.
May I recall colleagues, because I just noticed, to keep your mask on when you speak and to keep your mask in front of your noses. Here and there I see some nice noses, but I shouldn't see them. Okay, does anyone wish to speak against? Tini?
I too am looking forward that we can see each other with full faces, but we have to do it for the time being in this way. The same argument that I used to object the last amendment is usable here. We will have a better amendment later on in the procedure. So I suggest not to accept this.
Opinion of the committee?
Had rejected with a 2/3 majority.
Committee is against. We now have the vote. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Result, please. (40 in favor, 96 against, 6 abstentions. Therefore, the amendment is rejected. We now come to amendment number 7. Again, rejected by 2/3 majority. However, I will give the floor. So I call on Mr. Zingeris to support amendment number 7. You have 1 minute. Mr. Zingeris.
In the case of European Court of Human Rights, that means about European Court of Human Rights in the case of Navalny. Thank you.
Who wishes to speak against? Mr. Tini Cox.
Mr. President, we are now dealing with a resolution on the challenge of credentials of the Russian Federation. We will have a full-fledged report on the Navalny case prepared by our colleague Jacques Mayer. I think it's appropriate that we wait for that report and we do not include this paragraph here. So I propose not to accept it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Opinion of the committee?
The committee has rejected with a 2/3 majority.
Committee is against. The vote is open. Vote is closed. (37 in favor, 103 against, 8 abstentions. Therefore, the amendment is rejected. We now come to amendment number 8, rejected by 2/3 majority in the committee. However, I will give the floor. I call on Mr. Zingeris to support amendment number 8.
Dear friends, you voted in favor for Boris Nemtsov report. And here, after new evidences declared by Madame Duritskaya in Kiev about the murder of Nemtsov, I would like to invite you to ask to reopen the case of Boris Nemtsov, and that's related to basic issue of our parliamentary assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wishes to speak against? Mr. Cox.
Mr. President, this assembly indeed discussed the case of Mr. Nemtsov at an earlier moment this report on challenge of credentials. So I do not think it's wise to include this here. Nemtsov is not a debate. We should now focus on credentials. So I ask the Assembly not to accept this amendment.
Committee's opinion.
The committee had rejected with a 2/3 majority.
Committee is against. The vote is open. Who is it? Vote is closed. Vote closed. Results, please. 34 in favor, 112 against, 6 abstentions. Therefore, the amendment is rejected. We now come to amendment number 5, which is an amendment tabled by the Committee on Rules of Procedures. I call Madam Scout to support the amendment on behalf of the Committee on Rules of Procedures, Immunities and Institutional Affairs. You have 1 minute, Madam Scout.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to say that in its opinion, the Rules Committee supported the proposals contained in the report of the Monitoring Committee to rectify the credentials of the Russian parliamentary delegation. However, the Rules Committee wishes to emphasize that the ratification of the credentials of the Russian delegation would in no way constitute recognition, even implicit, of the annexation of Crimea by the Russian Federation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? I don't see anyone. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. Vote open. We still have 6 colleagues in the hemicycle logged in but not voted. Please vote. Vote closed. Vote closed. 110 in favor, 17 against, and 17 abstentions. Then for the amendment number 5 is accepted and added to the text. Now we come to amendment number 3. Amendment number 3 is an amendment which has been rejected by a 2/3 majority. However, I will give the floor to who I call on Mr. Umerov to support amendment number 3. Mr. Umerov? No. I'm not giving you the floor, sir. You're not Mr. Umerov. Is Mr. Umerov here? No? Does anyone... Calm down. Does anyone wish to defend the amendment? I suppose Mr. Koncharenko, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Like I told in my speech, the report is really great. And thanks again to Rapporteur for the all work done. But the only word is absent there. That is a small word, not ratify. Dear colleagues, I want to ask all of you to support it. That's a principal thing, and you will see that in 1 year or 2 years, you will see the results and you will say, yes, I should vote not at this moment. And I just want to tell you that we will challenge the credentials of Russian delegation. You know, great speech of Winston Churchill. We will challenge them in France, we will challenge them on beaches, we will challenge them in the air, we will challenge them on hills, in fields, in streets, everywhere. We shall not surrender. We shall challenge them before this country is governed by such people like Putin, all these thieves, corruptionists and killers around him. Thank you.
Who wish to speak again? Who wish to speak against? Mr. Cox.
As I said in my earlier remarks, it is the right of members to challenge credentials, but it's finally the decision of the Assembly to take a decision on that. And I urge colleagues not to support this amendment. The Monitoring Committee was clear on the issue, and I hope the Assembly will clear. We need, as our colleague Kiljunen said, we need dialogue here in this Assembly amongst 47 member states' national delegation. So I propose not to accept this amendment.
Opinion of the committee.
The committee has rejected with the 2/3 majority.
Committee has rejected with the 2/3. Vote is open. Vote is closed. (37 in favor, 115 against, 7 abstentions. The amendment is rejected. We now come to amendment number 13. I call Ms. Andrikiene to support amendment 11. You have 1 minute. Does anyone else wishes to support the amendment? I don't see anyone. Does anyone wish to speak against? If there's no support for the amendments, you see, Wojciech always has to remind me of the details of the rules. So if there's no support for the amendment, it falls, but I do see a hand coming up now. You have the floor in support of the amendment.
Thank you, dear Chair. It is very short. We add to the paragraph in the draft resolution in the beginning of the paragraph 11. We suggest to delete the following 2 words: in return. I think the draft resolution, the text of the document was quite short, so everyone could see the original text. Merci.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishes to speak against?
Can I speak?
Yes, just a second. Mr. Schenak, you wanted to say something?
Yes, because there was no decision in the committee. And I'm against this amendment because I'm in favor of the next amendment, number 11. So for this amendment, please vote no.
Okay, we had an opinion in favor, 1 against. The vote is open. Vote is closed. Okay, I have to wait a bit, sorry. Going too fast here now. Vote is closed. Results. (33 in favor, 102 against, and 8 abstentions. Therefore, the amendment number 11 is rejected. We now come to amendment number 1. I call on Monsieur Kern to support the amendment. Monsieur Kern, voilà.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, c'est très simple. À travers cet amendement, nous voulons remplacer le mot, le terme « en échange » par le terme « à cette occasion » parce que nous ne sommes pas dans une démarche de marchandage.
Understand the substance of the amendment is not to get into a quid pro quo, as they call it. Does anyone wish to speak against? I don't see anyone. Therefore, I put the amendment to the vote.
As rapporteur, I'm in favor.
You want to go in favor also?
Yeah, because there's no decision of the committee, so I vote for that.
Okay, so I understand. Mr. Schenak, could you repeat, please?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak against? I didn't see anyone. Then I put the amendment to the vote. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Results: 112 in favor, 17 against, 19 abstentions. Therefore, the amendment is accepted. We now come to amendment number 9. I call on Mr. Zingeris to support amendment number 9.
Yes, that's about political prisoners. You remember in this chamber, including a few years ago, we voted for a description of political prisoners. By one vote, we approved the description. So it's about releasing all political prisoners in Russian Federation, declared by Memorial Society and by other Helsinki groups inside and outside Russia, to declare a release of political prisoners. Thank you. In Russian Federation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I speak, Mr. President? As rapporteur, can I speak?
Just a second. I have Mr. Cox at this moment. Tini?
The case of Mr. Navalny is a very serious case which will be dealt with here in this assembly by the report now under preparation of our colleague Jack Mayer. It is no, the question is too important now to include it here. So I propose that we reject this amendment as the committee did twice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rapporteur, since there's no opinion of the committee.
Thank you. There is no opinion of the committee, but there is a very clear opinion of the rapporteur. In the memorandum, there are 9 paragraphs to the Navalny case, and also about other prisoners. And I not want to undermine the competence of our rapporteur for political prisoners in the Russian Federation, Mrs. Eva Stotir. So I'm against, because this amendment has nothing to do with the credentials.
Thank you. Rapporteur is against. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Results: 38 in favor, 111 against, 9 abstentions. Therefore, the amendment is rejected. We now come to amendment number 4. I call on Mr. Delegation to support it. Ian, you have the floor. Where is Ian? Ian is not here, so we have someone else to support it. You have the floor.
Merci, Le Président. As the co-author of this amendment, I will present it. It is very simple. We do understand that the victory is already here. We have been discussing this document for a couple of hours already, but we would like to add a timeline so that if all the commitments which are linked to the resolutions which we voted in this House and all other obligations of the Russian Federation are not fulfilled, we return back to this question by the 3rd part session, which is June 2021, and see whether the commitments are at place. Let's hope for the best, and I call this House to support this amendment, to put the timeline of 3rd part session. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Mr. Cox?
Mr. President, this assembly decided to have a full-fledged monitoring report on the situation in Russia, and it's important, a very important report. We asked our co-rapporteurs, Madam Oomen and Mr. Schäfer, to present a report at this earliest convenience. I think we should leave the job to our co-rapporteurs. They will deliver a report as soon as possible, and then we will have the much-needed report on what is happening in the Russian Federation and how does it relay to our norms, our standards. So I would propose not to accept this amendment on this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The opinion of the rapporteur.
Thank you. I remember 1 year ago, we had different votings regarding the credentials, and there was different amendments to limitation, to make restriction. All of those amendments was rejected by a big majority. And also in this case, I follow what the Assembly did 1 year ago, no limitation, and no other ways. We have mandates or we have not. We have different reports in the line. So, but nothing now. So please, to all vote against. I think Mr. Little-Granger knows exactly what was happened 1 year ago and how many members of the Assembly voted against. Please also today.
Thank you. The rapporteur is against. I wish to inform the Assembly that when I had a trip to Moscow and had to return, that I had the formal agreement of the delegation and the authorities for our rapporteurs, monitoring rapporteurs, to be able to go to the country and to have their report done in normal situation. This is just an information, not a position. The vote is open. Vote is closed. Mr. Tolstoy, I see your nose. You should cover your nose. Voila. Okay. Results 38 in favor, 116 against, 7 abstentions. So the amendment is rejected. We now come to the... Yes, colleague, you have the floor.
I apologize. Due to lack of my concentration, I used to press the red button all the time. I made mistake in amendment number 5. I pressed the
We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15216 as amended. Members present in the chamber could use the hemicycle voting system. Members participating remotely should vote using the remote voting system. I recall that those implied in this report have no right to vote on the report. Specifically, this implicates the colleagues of the Russian delegation. So the vote in the hemicycle and the vote remote is now open. Please vote. Vote is closed. Results 107 in favor, 36 against, 24 abstention. Therefore, the draft resolution is adopted. Thank you for this debate. We now come, I recall to those who have made mention during this debate and before that, all elements relating to the own rules and regulations of how to conduct a debate have been transferred by myself, as will also obviously be the report of this session to the Rules Committee for them to consider. Before moving to the next item, I thank Andreas Nick and all my other vice presidents who have replaced me because I've got a lot of work to do aside from the plenary. So Andreas, thank you for replacing me once again, and I will be back before the end of the session. Andreas?
Dear colleagues, could you please take your seats so we can proceed with our debate? Please, could you take your seats and otherwise take your conversations outside the plenary, please? Before I open the next debate, I have two requests to speak to clarify votings. First speaker is Mr. Lubinets.
Yeah, dear Chairman, the last voting, my voice is against the resolution. I make a mistake, and please consider my voice is against the resolution. Thank you very much.
Next is Mr. Patrincia.
I'm sorry, I have a technical mistake. I'm pro-resolution, for this resolution. Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. So at least in terms of the voting results, that would balance each other out. But I understand that we will reflect that in the... Sorry? We have more questions for the floor.
Dear colleagues, Estonian delegation had a technical problem. For example, one titular member, Erik Niles Kross, couldn't log in and couldn't vote, and substantive member Raivo Tamm could vote, and I think we have somehow to deal with this issue and technical problems because this stands under questions the whole election system now. Thank you.
I will give the floor to the Secretary General of the Assembly.
Thank you, Chairman. I think, well, if you follow the messaging system, we explained to Mr. Kraus, he was connected twice with two different email addresses, and we insisted that he'll clarify this matter. So he was trying to vote with an email being connected with email addresses, which was not validated in our system. So on the technical side, from the side of the Assembly, everything worked well.
I understand that the declarations that were given in the plenary will be recorded in the minutes, so members can make a reference to that as far as their own voting is concerned. But I think we can also conclude that there was no reason at all that would put in question the overall result of the vote, so we proceed on that basis. Thank you very much. One more. Mr. Axel Schäfer, please.
Ja, Herr Präsident, ich habe irrtümlich bei der Schlussresolution mit Nein gestimmt, wolle natürlich mit Ja stimmen. Bitte das zu korrigieren.
Yeah, on this, the same applies as mentioned before. It will be reflected in the minutes. Are we done with that? Okay. The next item of business this morning is a current affairs debate on freedom of expression in accordance with Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights under threat by big tech companies. In order to allow time for the next debate, we will interrupt the speakers list for this debate at 11:35. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes for all members, except the first speaker, Mr. Bob de Brabander, chosen by the Bureau, who is allowed 10 minutes. In the debate, I call first Mr. de Brabander. You have 10 minutes to speak.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Distinguished colleagues, I do not think it is an exaggeration to say that the European Convention on Human Rights, first drafted more than 70 years ago by the newly formed Council of Europe, is definitely our handbook. In the manual, all chapters are equally important, but personally I have to say that Article 10 is one that is very close to my heart and probably to the heart of many of you. That Article 10 is about freedom of expression. Freedom of expression is what distinguishes a democratic country from a dictatorship. In a healthy democracy, there's freedom of speech, but the reverse is also true. Freedom of speech is a prerequisite for that same democracy. It is therefore only logical that we hold freedom of speech in high esteem. It is only right that freedom of speech is enshrined in one form or another in all constitutions, and it is only right that states where this very important right is infringed are reprimanded. Freedom of expression is what makes our Europe, Europe. Apart from inciting violence, of course, everything should be able to be said, even things that are uncomfortable for some to hear, things that may not always be politically correct, and things that might upset the status quo. After all, it wouldn't be the first time that what is an inconvenient truth today will be generally accepted fact tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, freedom of expression and the resulting clash of ideas is the reason why almost all of us are sitting here together. Aren't we all of us protected by the Council of Europe immunities, even for saying things here in Strasbourg which may be uncomfortable for our governments back home? And unfortunately, I have to conclude that it is precisely this freedom of speech, this freedom of expression that is under attack today. Not only because of overzealous governments who, out of misplaced political correctness, are all too eager to label inconvenient truths as fake news, but mainly because there are new players on the field today. And those players are not bound by laws and, unlike governments, do not have to answer to voters. I am talking about big tech, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Apple, Google, Amazon, names that ring a bell with every European citizen. They are primarily American companies that have come to play a major role in our society today. Social media platforms are now an inherent part of our daily lives. In exchange for our personal data, they offer us a place where we can communicate with other citizens, and that, more than ever perhaps during lockdown times, is an opportunity that many are grabbing with both hands. To put some things in perspective, Facebook alone recorded more than 410 million monthly active users in the second quarter of 2020 and has a larger net income than the entire GDP of, for example, Serbia. The big tech giants who run these virtual meeting spaces therefore have a huge responsibility. As mentioned before, unlike governments that can be punished by the voter, the same voter or citizen is now powerless against these big tech companies if he or she feels that his or her freedom of speech is threatened by these same companies. It is a mistake to believe that these private companies act with any coherent ethical framework in mind while regulating this forum. While Apple has just banned the app Parler from its App Store for violating its App Store user terms, the company has also lobbied to water down provisions in a recent bill aimed at preventing forced labor in China. Just recently, Facebook pages of Navalny and Khodorkovsky groups and supporters have been suspended in Russia. The most famous recent example of all must be, of course, the swift removal of Donald Trump, at that time still President of the United States of America, from social media. We could all but observe a coordinated effort of these companies to swiftly and very effectively remove his presence on the internet. Regardless of who he is or what he represents, it is worrying that big tech giants have such power. The Russian opposition leader Navalny rightly called it an unacceptable act of censorship. And in a way even worse, it's a precedent that can and will be exploited by the enemies of freedom of speech around the world. Stefan Seibert, Merkel's chief spokesman, reacted in a similar way, and I quote, "The right to freedom of opinion is of fundamental importance, given that the Chancellor considers it problematic that the President's accounts have been permanently suspended." All of this leads only to one logical conclusion. Unregulated, monopolistic tech platforms cannot and should not be trusted with such an important matter as protecting and guaranteeing free speech. The fact they have the power to simply remove a sitting president from social media and thereby cutting off an important means to communicate with the general public, for whatever reason, should set off alarm bells in Europe as well. by increasingly arbitrarily deleting messages and blocking accounts, by removing the Facebook and Twitter accounts of whoever they like, and without any possibility to appeal, they have demonstrated their immense power over public debate and therefore over our freedom of expression. Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights clearly stipulates that limitations to the freedom of speech are very restricted, and I quote, "The exercise of these freedoms, since it carries with it duties and responsibilities, may be subject to such formalities, conditions, restrictions, or penalties as are prescribed by law. And most importantly, limitations and sanctions can only be applied by lawmakers." At no stage the Convention foresaw a limitation by mainly US-based multinationals. We are now in the situation that it is no longer the lawmakers that limit big tech companies, but big tech companies that limit lawmakers. Some would argue that tech giants are private companies and have a right to choose the content they allow on their platform. But one cannot ignore the fact that they are taking a very particular position in our society. These social media platforms have become a part of the public forum, and it is therefore ultimately up to lawmakers and courts of law to determine what is a violation of freedom of speech and what is not. Big tech companies cannot be allowed to censor or remove any content that legally remains within the limits of the law of freedom of expression of any sovereign state. It is therefore very important to hold this debate here in the Council of Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker, I come to the speakers on behalf of political groups. First speaker is Mr. Katergalos from Greece for UEL. Online, I suppose.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We do live in a post-truth world. Fake news undermine the essence of the freedom of expression. As great Hannah Arendt was writing in her seminal work, Truth and Politics, freedom of opinion is a farce unless factual information is guaranteed and the facts themselves are not in dispute. It's obvious we cannot have a meaningful discussion of if the reality itself is disputed. And of course, other challenges to freedom exist. Hate speech. Free speech is not guaranteed if it harms others. Freedom of expression is also threatened by new techniques that the big tech companies use, such as big data gathering, data mining, and data crossing, comprising both social media and smartphone records. Nobody wants to be watched over his shoulder, and his opinions, his market choices, or his photos to enable companies to construct his profile and sell it to any interested third party. If this fear prevails, freedom could be self-restrained and self-censored. And social media can also be channels of proliferation of hate speech. Trump's incendiary speech has exemplified both the post-truth and fake news danger. It is a good example of the necessity to have rules and limitations. But the question is, limitations set by whom? Platforms have recently started to respond to public pressure to address the harms of the speech they facilitate. Violent extremism, fake news, revenge porn, and hate speech. However, Twitter and Facebook are private, for-profit institutions and put their own interests first. They cannot be expected to be the primary vehicle of the public interest. The regulation and the limitations of the right of expression should not be left to them. Contrary to the American legal system, in the European legal order, fundamental human rights act also horizontally. They bind private actors, especially agents who have excessive social or economic power, like it is the case with the tech giants. Facebook has now over than 2.5 billion users. I conclude, public binding regulation is necessary in order to guarantee the effectiveness of the right of expression. the power of the big tech multinationals should be checked. And finally, resources of the internet should be enjoyed more equally, and a person's speech or a company's choice should not silence or harm others. Many thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next speaker on the list is Mr. Avedisian from Armenia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you also for the report. When we are speaking about Article 10, our colleagues who are proposing this way of thinking are conveniently misplacing what is written in the Article 10. It says clearly that the interference in sharing and comparting ideas should not come from the public authorities. And this is something that we need to fix. The public authorities only have a right to license or not to license, but they cannot interfere in the communication of ideas. Now I understand it's a post-truth world. There are a lot of left and right ideologies, a lot of extremism, a lot of hatred that can be spread through the social networks. And that is why I caution against coming up with certain quick answers now just to appease our feelings, because this is a long road where we need to really explore ideas and legislations. True, most of the giants that operate the social networks are in the United States. They are registered there. So the European law, how it can apply transnationally, should be thought of. True, there are groups that their freedom of speech is limited. Again, as it is written in the Article 10, states have the right to limit it when it is about the public safety, morality, health issues, other things. But again, the public safety, morality, health issues, 70 years ago, were there the same definitions? Can the state interpret it in the same way in nowadays world? I don't think so. So I think that it is a question of a debate that's still to be held and actually thought well, because I do not want, on the one side, the big companies to have a right to censorship. At the same time, I don't want certain states to impose on free companies to do what they think is the freedom of speech. Mostly, our discussions in this or that way will come to the issue of media literacy. We need to educate the public to have a good education where people can differentiate between facts and fakes. And that's the only way that they, as responsible community members of the social networks, will be able to operate. Oftentimes, the blocking of this or that speech is done by the request of the community members when it is hatred, it's xenophobia. There is a good exhibition right now going on here, and I'm really sad that we didn't commemorate yesterday the Holocaust Day. Now, there was a guy who was exercising his freedom of speech. We saw what came out of it. So we need to be very cautious and very balancing about this. I am currently developing a report in the subcommittee of media and information, and I think that's a better road to actually have a debate on something that is actually written with the professional people that the committee provided me. So I urge not to rush with this report and be against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next speaker on the list on behalf of EPP is Mrs. Bergamini from Italy, online.
Buongiorno, grazie Presidente. Cari colleghi, io credo che sia importantissimo il dibattito di oggi. La recente chiusura dell'account Twitter del presidente americano Trump ha evidenziato ancora una volta la funzione pubblica che di fatto viene esercitata oggi dai giganti del digitale e le distorsioni evidenti di questa situazione che è venuta a determinarsi perché non si è ancora riusciti a costituire una governance democratica della rete e del suo utilizzo. Voglio essere chiara su questo punto. Qui non si tratta di difendere l'utilizzo che Trump ha fatto dei social network, ma si tratta di prendere atto che la censura che è stata esercitata unilateralmente da funzionari di una piattaforma privata sulla funzione pubblica esercitata da un presidente degli Stati Uniti ci pone una domanda rispetto alla democrazia, e noi dobbiamo rispondere. Che cosa accadrebbe, per esempio, se domani, alla vigilia di un'elezione politica, lui decidesse di sovrelezione di un intero partito? Che cosa ne sarebbe della salvaguardia della democrazia? Già oggi migliaia di contenuti, questo è già stato ricordato, vengono cancellati dalle piattaforme digitali senza alcun criterio condiviso. E non mi riferisco solo a contenuti politici, pensiamo per esempio al famoso dipinto di Courbet, L'origine del mondo, che regolarmente viene rimosso da Facebook perché l'algoritmo lo equipara a pornografia. Quindi pensate già a quale distorsione della realtà umana noi stiamo vivendo. E questo mentre assistiamo in parallelo alla crescita vertiginosa di contenuti di odio, di razzismo, di antisemitismo, fake news, che spesso sembrano non suscitare analoghe iniziative di rimozione, o se lo fanno sempre con molto ritardo. Eppure inquinano drammaticamente il dibattito democratico. Noi tutti, come legislatori, abbiamo un'enorme responsabilità. Scegliere se limitarci a biasimare le piattaforme digitali che si sono inserite così fortemente in una funzione svolta tradizionalmente dagli Stati e hanno disarticolato proprio il canone della democrazia, perché sta venendo meno la proporzione fra i poteri e di questo dobbiamo occuparci. Quindi vogliamo limitarci a biasimare oppure vogliamo lavorare tutti rapidamente per colmare un ritardo oggettivo accumulatosi nel normare su questa vicenda? Ecco, io credo che noi dobbiamo rapidamente costruire una cornice regolatoria che vada in questa direzione. Sappiamo quante sono le complessità, ma siamo chiamati a farlo per salvaguardare i principi democratici che come Consiglio d'Europa siamo chiamati a custodire e difendere. Per cui questo lavoro è molto urgente, il Consiglio d'Europa sta già facendo tanto, possiamo fare ancora meglio e possiamo essere propulsori di questa necessità di normare su questo tema. Grazie.
Thank you. Next speaker on behalf of ALDE is Mrs. Saborana from Ukraine.
I appreciate the initiating debates on this important and actual issue. Freedom of expression is one of the bases of civil society. The business model based on the collection and tracking of personal user data introduced by big tech companies is incompatible with the right to privacy and threatens a range of other rights inherently. In particular, a right of freedom and expression, the right to equality and non-discrimination. Big tech companies dominate our modern life. They control the main networks through which users exercise their rights on the internet. Tech giants provide these services to billions of users as it's for free. On the other hand, they have already concentrated in their hands unrivaled power in the digital network over these users. Indeed, users space with their personal data constantly tracked on the internet. Monopoly of these companies controls over personal data of users, and their illegal use with a view to deriving benefit therefrom undermines the basis on confidentiality and is one of the main problems of human rights protection in the modern digital age. In addition to these companies, new players will also appear and accordingly new risks. For example, TikTok is owned by ByteDance, a Chinese company, and should the Chinese Communist government demand data be handed over, ByteDance would have no choice but to comply. We are aware of scandals involving the leakage of personal data of millions of users, showing how easily this data can be used for various purposes to influence users. We can see as well that the huge advertising strategy of Google and Facebook is a powerful weapon in their hands. The strategy can be used for political purposes with catastrophic risks to society. It also leaves open the field to all kinds of new advertising strategy. Indeed, Google and Facebook platforms create detailed user profiles based on personal data. Today, we are trapped in the absence of such a choice, but we have to take back this important public space in order to be active in society and to have opportunity to express our views without compromising our rights. Negative manipulation in this area affects the development of societies generally, as well as the prospects of digitalization process. Governments must urgently take steps to overhaul this business model radically to improve networks infrastructure, to protect users from corporate human rights abuses, including through the application of clear data protection laws and effective regulation of big tech companies. Therefore, it's necessary to adopt laws that prohibit such companies from providing access to their services with the so-called agreement to the collection, process, or exchange of personal data for various purposes. These companies have an obligation to respect human rights regardless of their location. Large technology companies cannot be allowed to control lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mrs. Arpadaray from Azerbaijan.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Forewarned is forearmed. This is a very old and very common proverb. In essence, it says that information, in fact, is a weapon. This proverb was around long before social media came to our lives. Since that time, information became even more important. It is the source of political, economic, and even military power. And we have a small group of businesses that own vast majority of information. They own most of data. They are so-called big tech companies. As they acquire more data, they become richer. As they become richer, they invest more in data collection, data processing, and artificial intelligence in order to become even more rich and powerful. This cycle does not seem to end anytime soon. Today, truth is defined by the top results of the Google search. The facts are what Wikipedia says at this moment. Big tech companies and their algorithms influence our lives to the extent that can be called definitive. It is time for countries to ask themselves, can they afford such level of unchecked dependency on social media being privately owned by foreign companies, bearing in mind that there is a clear record of social media being used as a political tool? There is a clear and repeating evidence that the owners and managers of social networks represent certain political powers or certain political ideologies. And whatever the promises of the owners are about keeping non-political or unbiased, it's naive and infantile to believe them. We need regulatory mechanisms, and we need them as soon as possible. Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, as the large international platform with human rights mandate, is probably one of the best places to come up with such suggestion and framework. Thank you very much, and I don't know if my speech was available online because there was a technical problem. I hope so. If there is a necessity, I can repeat. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was only a brief interruption as far as I could see from the screen, but we can double check. This concludes the speakers on behalf of political groups. Next speaker on the list is Mrs. Erotokritou from Cyprus. Online.
Very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, dear colleagues. The fundamental right of freedom of expression is a central pillar of a democratic society. It is safeguarded as such through national and international instruments, at the forefront of which stands the European Convention of Human Rights. Nevertheless, the right to freedom of expression is not all-encompassing and absolute. It is delimited by obligations and responsibilities essential for the proper functioning of democratic societies. Today, the means and venues available for citizens to freely express feelings and views are unlimited, with cyberspace providing the main stage, especially for youth. Consequently, the few big tech companies that own and manage the digital platforms used by billions across the world have been privileged with facilitating the instant exchange of ideas and dissemination of information. These companies have assumed the role of the gatekeeper, not only in determining online content, but also in shaping online discourse. The reality today is that big tech has the power to create universal norms and define the parameters within which freedom of expression can be exercised in the cyber world. Over the last years, criticism has been mounting over online platforms fostering hate speech, promoting violence, or even providing a safe haven for individuals posing a threat to national security or public safety. Big tech has thus far responded with rushed and fragmented decisions, often left to self-regulate and self-evaluate. The dominance of these tech giants over online speech should not sanction them to filter information at their discretion. This should be subject to and vetted by national legislation and regulatory authorities. In recent years, there has been a surge of efforts to harness the influential power of big tech by increasing transparency of ownership, demanding accountability and oversight, and safeguarding media pluralism. Current attempts especially focus on defining the role and obligations of online players, regardless of size or impact, by promoting a common code of conduct. They further aim at strengthening coordination among national regulatory authorities, as well as providing equally fair conditions and harmonized rules and obligations for online users. Establishing independent international and regional oversight bodies is crucial in providing big tech with the framework and the tools needed to seek legitimate and fruitful collaborations, not only with each other, but also with all relevant players, national pertinent departments, regulatory agencies, and NGOs. It is equally significant to also tackle this matter on the national level. The rights of citizens will be better protected through a comprehensive legislative framework, which will ensure that online platforms can be vetted, audited, and regulated, whilst at the same time safeguarding the core value of freedom of expression. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker on the list is Mrs. Yasko from Ukraine.
Dear colleagues, it goes without saying that big companies today increase their influence in our everyday life. This increased influence actually is creating an extra burden on them, especially in the field of very sensitive and important information. In 2010, a number of reports documented increased censorship in social networks and other communication platforms. This increase was often especially dramatic in authoritarian countries, where censorship is a commonly used tool for preventing democratic development and sustainable economic growth. Even in democratic countries, more and more incidents of content blocking and other types of restrictions are being reported. That is not to say that big tech or any other companies and media platforms should be prohibited of blocking and censoring content. As the recent events in our partner United States, sometimes such measure, while exceptions are very much needed. However, Council of Europe should closely study the tendencies in context of blocking content and influence of big tech on the pluralism and diversity of cultural and political expression. Another aspect that should pay attention is how blocked content and ideas find a way to resurface in public discourse. It may appear that blocking content, however inappropriate it is, leads to even worse consequences than leaving it uncensored. There is a big danger of digital surveillance that really restricts our freedom of speech, and such reports and such debates are really needed, and it's great that we're having it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker on the list is Mr. Kozin from Russian Federation, online.
Добрый день, господин председатель. Добрый день, коллеги.
Удаление и блокировки администрации ведущих технологических компаний аккаунтов бывшего президента Соединенных Штатов, на наш взгляд, показали, насколько уязвима международная информационная архитектура перед лицом произвольной цензуры медиа-олигархов. И это очень серьезный вызов. Технологические IT-гиганты давно формируют облик современной коммуникационной инфраструктуры и предопределяют социальные модели поведения пользователей. При этом, если прежде они соблюдали баланс между коммерческими интересами и этикой, то теперь мы с вами наблюдаем с их стороны полный произвол. Владея интеллектуальной собственностью, руководство этих компаний в какой-то момент решило, что только они могут определять, что в этом мире хорошо, а что плохо, кому давать слово, а кому нет, кого печатать, а кого нет и так далее. А на подходе новые вызовы: искусственный интеллект, квантовые вычисления. Эти новые технологии, с одной стороны, несут для нас невероятно позитивные изменения, а с другой, если, как говорят у нас в России, не дай бог, мы с вами продолжим работать в удаленном режиме, то в какой-то момент вместо каждого из нас на экране может появиться его цифровая копия, абсолютно идентичная, говорящая вашим голосом, но говорящая вещи, которые вам и в голову не могут прийти. И это не эпизод из очередного блокбастера фантастического, это реалии завтрашнего дня. Так что же делать? На наш взгляд, Парламентская ассамблея Европы может и должна внести существенный вклад в решение этой проблемы. Во-первых, Парламентская ассамблея может и должна организовать действительно нужный и постоянный мониторинг за этой ситуацией. И, во-вторых, на основе этого мониторинга предложить и Комитету министров Совета Европы, и правительствам стран Европы разработать и принять унифицированные, подчеркиваю, унифицированные законодательные акты, которые будут бороться с этими проблемами. В Российской Федерации есть подобный опыт, с которым мы готовы поделиться. Не далее, как в прошлом году, у нас принят специальный закон о мерах воздействия на лиц, причастных к нарушениям основополагающих прав и свобод человека, прав и свобод гражданина Российской Федерации. И последнее. Не далее, как вчера, Совет Федерации Российской Федерации принял специальное заявление в связи с нарушением принципа свободы слова глобальными американскими интернет-компаниями. И этим мы тоже готовы с вами поделиться. Спасибо.
Next speaker is Mr. Kleinwächter from Germany.
Herr Vorsitzender, werte Kolleginnen und Kollegen, die Problematik, dass die großen Konzerne löschen, was sie wollen und stehen lassen, was sie wollen, ist mir ganz besonders am 21. Januar, also vor einer Woche, deutlich geworden. In einer Gruppe, die ich selbst administriere, äußerte ein Mitglied: Leider ist der Deutsche ziemlich dämlich, wer sowas wählt. Dieser Kommentar wurde von Facebook gelöscht. Hate Speech? Denke ich nicht. Eine Gefahr für die öffentliche Sicherheit? Erst recht nicht. Ich denke, wir sind uns einig, dieser Mann fand halt einfach Angela Merkel nicht gut und damit ist er nicht allein. Aber das wurde gelöscht. Am gleichen Tag wies Twitter eine Beschwerde gegen einen Tweet der Antifa zurück. Sie lobte die Antifa und empfahl einer spezifisch benannten Person auf offener Straße, den Kopf einzuschlagen. Das ist offenbar erlaubt. Meine Damen und Herren, während Voltaire noch sein Leben hingeben wollte, dass ein anderer seine Meinung äußern darf, würden Facebook, Twitter, Google, Amazon dafür nicht einmal Serverkapazitäten hergeben. Und wir sehen das sehr deutlich an sehr individuellen Löschungsaktionen und auch der Sperrung von Serverkapazitäten für Netzwerke wie Parler, aber auch für Beiträge etwa von gewählten Parlamentsfraktionen, etwa eines gewählten Präsidenten der Vereinigten Staaten. Und das übrigens ohne, dass es eine Verurteilung gegeben hätte. Das wirklich nur auf der Basis eines einfachen Vorwurfs. Meine Damen und Herren, die sozialen Medien schaffen damit einen Machtraum und sie schaffen aber auch einen Raum der Rechtlosigkeit. Denn wie bereits andere Redner vor mir herausgearbeitet haben, schützt ja Artikel 10 der Europäischen Menschenrechtskonvention lediglich vor behördlichen Eingriffen in die Meinungsfreiheit. Wie sehr ist es dann berechtigt, wenn Privatkonzerne, die natürlich auf zivilrechtlicher, medienrechtlicher Ebene arbeiten, Meinungen sperren, Kommentare zensieren und auswählen, was stehen bleiben darf und was nicht. Auswählen, dass ein übler Diktator, der die Menschenrechte mit Füßen tritt, seinen Twitter-Account behalten darf. Ein amerikanischer Präsident, der eine andere ideologische Richtung vertritt als Mark Zuckerberg selbst, der mal das Silicon Valley als links beschrieben hat in einer Anhörung vor dem US-Senat, aber nicht. Meine Damen und Herren, wir müssen, glaube ich, diesen Artikel 10 EMRK doch weiter interpretieren und hier Vorlagen erarbeiten, wie wir diesen Raum der Rechtlosigkeit wieder in einen Raum des Rechts verändern können. Denn es kann nicht sein, dass ein Facebook-Mitarbeiter oder gar ein Facebook-Algorithmus zum neuen Souverän in der heutigen digitalen Zeit wird. Meine Damen und Herren, lassen Sie uns daran arbeiten, vielleicht auch mal nach Polen gucken, die mit einem Beschwerdegremium jetzt das rechtlich lösen wollen. Auf jeden Fall müssen wir dafür sorgen, dass das digitale Zeitalter ein Zeitalter der Freiheit ist und nicht der Unfreiheit. Haben Sie vielen Dank.
Danke. The next speaker is Mrs. Böke from Turkey, online.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, so we have a coin in hand, and on the side of the coin that we're debating today is the untethered concentration of power in the hands of the big tech companies. In fact, much of the debates that we had this week in the plenary was about balancing power. It was either about balancing power of authoritarian regimes and politicians, or about technology firms, or about big pharma. So the question is, how do we put public interest in front of everything else and ensure that rights are protected? Now, on the one hand of the coin, we have an immense concentration of power in the hands of the few. In this case, a few big tech firms. And we only hope that if we are to flip this coin, on the other side of the coin, we're going to have naturally the 99%, the public, the people, the rights of the people. But the question is a simple flip of the coin going to be enough? Now, clearly, economic policy that includes, but is not limited to competition policy, to trade policy, to patent policies, are important in dealing with the big tech firms. And on this side of the coin, our right to health, our right to information, our right to fair work and remuneration, our right to freedom of expression, none of these can be overlooked for the sake of concentration of power and profits of only a few firms, be it big firms in technology, be it big firms in medicine, or be it big firms in construction. Now, let's flip the coin, if that's what we really think is going to resolve the problem. Now, most probably, we will not find the rights of billions or public interest on the other side of the coin. It is highly probable that we will find politicians who seek an unchecked, unbalanced order where they themselves wish to be the monopoly power in deciding whose rights will be granted. And whether or not
the town square, to opinion pieces in the newspaper, to expressing our views and opinions on online platforms run by big tech companies. Over time, how our expressions are moderated have also evolved. Traditional media and journalists work in accordance with ethical codes. In Norway, the Press Association has a code of ethics for the press, and I am sure this exists also in other countries. An important question is who is responsible for moderating and developing ethical guidelines for the numerous online platforms. Can we rely on the big tech companies themselves, knowing that none of them started out as media companies and that profit is an important goal? In my opinion, they do have a responsibility to protect freedom and expression. I would like to see the Council of Europe take a leading role in developing standards and ethical guidelines. And Mr. President, freedom of expression is fundamental, but there are limitations also online. Digital platforms must not become freeways for hatred, racism, or expressions infringing on the rights of others. Digital platforms should be moderated by a transparent set of minimum ethical guidelines. More transparency is needed, and I believe, Mr. President, as mentioned, that the Council of Europe has a role to play. The blocking of former President Donald Trump from Twitter is a relevant example. Regardless of our political view and opinion of Mr. Trump the fact that his freedom to express himself has been permanently limited is something that should be discussed. What is the decision based on? Is it objective, political, or for economic profit? President and colleagues, these are important questions, and I appreciate us having this debate today. There is a clear need for transparency and a certain level of standards, and this debate is an important contribution in that regard. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next speaker, and probably the last speaker in this debate, is Mr. Rampi from Italy.
Sì, signor Presidente, signori colleghi, la prima volta che presi la parola in questa assemblea parlamentare, ormai quasi 3 anni fa, lo feci proprio su un tema come questo, anche perché avevo presentato nel mio Parlamento nazionale la proposta di una commissione d'inchiesta su quello che avvenne con il caso di Cambridge Analytics. Io credo che il tema di oggi sia un tema fondamentale. In quel mio intervento dissi che siamo di fronte a delle nuove frontiere, delle nuove terre, che si trovano esattamente nella situazione in cui si trovavano le terre nel Medioevo, dove il signore del momento aveva tutto il potere e poteva decidere della vita e della morte dei propri cittadini. Dal Medioevo siamo usciti proprio perché abbiamo introdotto le norme, le leggi, e quindi poi il diritto che siamo qui a difendere, lo Stato di diritto che garantisce alle persone, indipendentemente da chi è il proprietario, il ricco, il possidente di quelle terre. Oggi quelle terre, quei feudi si chiamano appunto Facebook, Instagram, ma si chiamano anche TikTok, sono di proprietà di singole persone o di società che fanno profitto, o magari hanno dietro anche grandi paesi, grandi nazioni, e decidono che cosa si può fare, che cosa si può fare nelle loro terre. Però c'è un altro problema, ed è la confusione che abbiamo noi e i nostri cittadini, che quei luoghi siano luoghi pubblici, mentre non è così. Quando noi accediamo a Facebook, noi ci dimentichiamo continuamente che quello è un luogo di profitto dove legittimamente un'azienda ha costruito un meccanismo per guadagnare sulle inserzioni pubblicitarie, tenta di tenerci il maggior tempo possibile collegati, spinge con un algoritmo a litigare, ad odiarci, ad aggredirci, perché l'odio e l'aggressività, come ha dimostrato anche il dibattito di questa mattina purtroppo in quest'aula, sono molto più forti, molto più diffusi, coinvolgono molto più le persone, consumano molto più tempo invece del dialogo, del confronto, del tentativo di capirsi l'un l'altro, che dovrebbero prevalere. Ecco, noi abbiamo in Commissione Cultura, Educazione e Media un rapporto sul diritto alla conoscenza, sul right to know, che discute proprio di questo, di come dare ai cittadini gli strumenti per capire in quale contesto operano, perché io credo che la democrazia possa funzionare solo se i cittadini hanno gli strumenti culturali per capire quali sono i contesti della discussione. E quello che dobbiamo recuperare in termini democratici è quello di appunto reimparare a comprendere i contesti, anche rispetto al tema tante volte citato delle cosiddette fake news o delle false notizie, che è un po' pericoloso perché dà l'idea che da qualche parte qualcuno possa dire che cosa è vero e che cosa è falso. Il tema vero è che le persone hanno bisogno di avere gli strumenti per capire, e su questo dobbiamo lavorare. Penso che quel rapporto molto presto sarà anche in quest'aula e vi consiglio di leggerlo e vi chiedo di dare il vostro contributo.
Thank you. I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I remind you that at the end of the current affairs debate, the Assembly is not asked to decide upon a text, but the matter may be referred by the Bureau to the responsible committee for a report. The next item of business this morning is the debate on the report titled Ethnic Profiling in Europe, a Matter of Great Concern, document 15199, presented by Mr. Boris Cilevic on behalf of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination. We will aim to complete the debate at 12:55 to allow time for the closure of the part session. I will therefore interrupt the list of speakers at 12:50 to allow time to the reply
to allow time for the reply to the debate. I call Mr. Cilevich, the rapporteur. You have 10 minutes to present the report. You will have 3 minutes to reply to the debate. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout Europe, some individuals are being singled out by the police for identity checks only on the grounds of race, color, national or ethnic origin. This practice is apparently discriminatory. UN Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Intolerance defined ethnic profiling as, I quote, a reliance by law enforcement, security, and border control personnel on race, color, descent, or national or ethnic origin as a basis for subjecting persons to detailed searches, identity checks, and investigations, or for determining whether an individual is engaged in criminal activity, end of quote. Ethnic profiling can have a very negative impact on its victims and on society at large. It contributes to promoting a distorted vision of society in which stereotyping, prejudice, and racial discrimination are not only tolerated, but even encouraged. It reinforces discrimination and affects the daily life of both the victims and society at large. Back in 2014, our Assembly adopted Resolution 1968 on ethnic profiling. Overall European context has changed since then. The risk of terrorist attacks remains high. Nowadays, the situation is further aggravated because of the new restrictions related to the COVID-19 pandemic. The pressure on the police is enormous, and it is no surprise the stop and search operations with a view to preventing terrorist attacks and other violations have increased, and profiling is still widely used. The use of artificial intelligence is also a source of concern. Algorithms may rely on biased information and thus lead to further discrimination. Past stereotypes perpetuate discrimination. Ethnic profiling, in fact, undermines effectiveness of police work, as it makes it predictable and destroys the public trust in law enforcement bodies. Mr. President, just yesterday, racial profiling by French police was challenged in class action. 3 leading human rights organizations, together with several grassroots groups, launched France's first class action suit, contending that police propagates a culture leading to systemic discrimination in identity checks. These NGOs, which include Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and Open Society Justice Initiative, allege that police target Black people and people of Arab descent in choosing who to stop and check, and say the practice is alienating those populations and endangers the society. The lawsuit features some 50 witnesses, both police officers and people allegedly subjected to abusive checks. The NGOs cite one unnamed person who spoke of undergoing multiple notice checks every day for years. We will closely follow this lawsuit, which may open a new page in combating unlawful ethnic profiling. On the basis of this report, I suggest a series, In my report, I analyze international instruments tackling ethnic profiling, methods of collecting data on ethnic profiling, explains the concept of lawful profiling, which is something new and not examined at length so far, and as well as problems and best practices in a number of states. On this basis, I suggest a series of recommendations with regard to, in particular, following fields: national legislation, code of conducts, accountability of the police and independent complaints mechanisms, training of law enforcement bodies, staff, promoting diversity in recruitment of police forces, dialogue with civil society and awareness raising, and cooperation with equality bodies. To prepare this report, I held a number of meetings with relevant actors, including in particular Monsieur Jacques Toubon, former French defender of rights. The committee held 2 hearings with the participation of experts and representatives of EU fundamental rights agencies, our own body, ECRI, European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, Equinet, and also relevant NGOs. Besides, I took part in the Conference on Ethnic Profiling in Europe, organized by the Open Society Justice Initiative, where I had the opportunity to meet with NGOs from Austria, Germany, the Netherlands, Spain, Sweden, as well as with representatives of the police. On the basis of these numerous consultations and discussions with the government officers, academics, and civil society actors, I concluded that there is no need for more tools at international level to prevent and combat ethnic profiling. Rather, the existing ones should be better known and better implemented. I hope that the Assembly recommendation adopted on the basis of this report will contribute into achieving this goal. To conclude, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our partners from civil society. First of all, Mrs. Lana Holo from Open Society Initiative, as well as Mr. Michael Wine from ECRI, as well as to Mamadou Malcolm Jello, our committee's General Rapporteur on combating racism and intolerance, for their great help, support, and contribution to the preparation of this report. And of course, I am extremely grateful to Elodie Fischer from the committee secretariat for her dedicated and professional work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Cilevic. I now open the debate for the speakers on behalf of political groups. First speaker is Mr. Ben Chika for the Socialists from Belgium.
Discriminatory practice and are therefore also essential in the fight against racism. Ethnic profiling damages the relation between law enforcement authority and population. It stigmatizes certain groups and overall legitimizes racism. There are not mere observations. The number speaks volumes. In France, young men who are perceived as Arab or Black are 20 times more likely to be subjected to identity checks than others. In England and Wales, Black people are 9.5 times more likely to be stopped than white people. In Italy, 70% of migrants of African origin have denounced institutional racism from law enforcement officers. What has been noticeable is that most victims who are subjected to disproportional violence due to excessive check are people of color. Behind those numbers are names. In Belgium, for example, they are called Mauda, Adil, and so many others. Remember their names, dear colleagues. But let not also be blind for the fact that the majority of policy officers are our allies and wish to see ethnic profiling disappear as much as we do. Several measures and recommendations have been proposed, ranging from reforms in the police code of conduct to help officers prevent ethnic profiling, adequate police training, monitor, stop and search operation, but also by restoring confidence between citizens and police by encouraging dialogue. The practice won't end solely by police reforms. Aside from adopting legislation prohibiting discrimination, public authorities and leaders should actively denounce ethnic profiling and keep addressing systemic racism overall. We have all the tools to combat ethnic profiling. Now it's our duty to follow up upon it. Recognizing and addressing ethnic profiling is not enough. We need to change the system from within. System racism requires a systemic response. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker on behalf of EPP is Mr. Vadanyan from Armenia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me first of all thank the reporter for the preparation of a brilliant report, which is quite topical, especially in the era of condemning of combating coronavirus and in the millennium of the development of the new sophisticated technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we commemorated the victims of Holocaust. Unfortunately, we didn't address the issue properly here. Current problems we face, pandemic, high tech, and the other one somehow became the mainstream of our yesterday's discussions. Nevertheless, we shouldn't forget that the Holocaust affected almost all the countries members of the Council of Europe. The Holocaust, genocides, and many crimes against humanity based on the ideas of Nazism and racial segregation. We shouldn't forget that the racist theories, ethnic hatred, hate speeches, dehumanization, and stigmatization make those crimes possible. The killing of George Floyd once again reminds us about continuing need to combat racism and intolerance, manifestations of which from time to time we face in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, police has the crucial role in contemporary societies. It is watchdog of law and order, but it is also a protector of the victims of injustices. Since the police is the law enforcement body, which is more than the others, deal with the ordinary people, its actions very often shape the attitude of people to the government. From this perspective, the possible ethnic profiling by police and the other law enforcement agencies during their daily routine cannot and shouldn't be considered as corresponding to the modern European human rights standards. And such practice, if there is, should be terminated both on legislative and institutional level. Furthermore, it may reduce the efficiency of the very work of the police, resulting of increasing the lack of trust towards the activities of the police. It's due to mention once again that the heads of the state, politicians, and other public figures have the crucial role in prohibition of the racial discrimination and ethnic profiling. Unfortunately, very often the ethnic segregation and practice of dehumanization derivated from the hate speeches and xenophobic rhetoric of the heads of the states, high-ranking state officials, and politicians. We shouldn't keep silence on the cases of ethnic profiling. The silence makes the most outrageous wrongdoings possible. Zero tolerance towards any manifestation of racism and ethnic hatred should be provided all across Europe. Regular trainings of the law enforcement officer, permanent dialogue between the police and ethnic minorities, relevant NGOs are the important measures of not allowing proliferation of ethnic profiling and other manifestation of the racial discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is, on behalf of ALDE Group, is Mrs. Steenen from the Netherlands online.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the ALDE Group, I would like to compliment the rapporteur, Mr. Boris Stilevic, for the excellent work he did in this report. And Mr. Stilevic makes it very clear in his conclusion of his report that, I quote, "There is no need for more tools at international level to prevent and combat ethnic profiling, but the existing ones should be better known and implemented," unquote. We see that Mr. Stilevic makes really clear in his report why it is nevertheless still necessary to look at the fact that today all over Europe, people are still singled out by police officers on the basis of one part of their identity, be it their race, color, language, religion, nationality, or a national or ethnic origin. It strikes us at the ALDE Group that there could have been a bit more mention of age and gender in this report. Because whereas it appears that these criteria play a role in the higher percentages of identity checks of young men of, for example, bicultural background, this seems to lead to a self-fulfilling prophecy that certain groups are suspected to be more involved in crime than others, for example. Therefore, we would like to hear an assessment of the rapporteur whether he believes further research is necessary. We do appreciate that the profiling of people on the basis of their sexual orientation was beyond the scope of this report. We believe, however, that many citizens in Council of Europe member states of the LGBTI community face similar profiling of the police or other authorities. Therefore, we would like to hear the appreciation of the rapporteur whether he could recommend to look into this kind of profiling as well. To conclude, Human rights organizations are increasingly concerned about the way police forces are experimenting with data and algorithms with the aim of anticipating and preventing crime. The ALDE Group believes that at pace we could look into this in future work and take this phenomenon into account while we're drafting legal frameworks on how to deal with artificial intelligence. We also would like to hear an assessment of the rapporteur on how he thinks we can proceed on this topic. I thank you and hello to everybody in the plenary. I wish we could be with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker on the list on behalf of European Conservatives is Mr. Howell, United Kingdom Online.
Thank you, Mr. President. Firstly, I would like to add my congratulations to the rapporteur. I think he has identified a subject that is very important. And the one thing that stands out in the report is the request that we must strengthen what we do to prevent racial discrimination. And of course, in this, we are guided by two judgments from the European Court of Human Rights. The first is the case of Timișev and Russia, and the second is the case of Lingura and Romania. And looking through those, I think the thing that stems from them is that the point that comes out is that the differentiated treatment of persons can be discrimination if what is proposed is not reasonably justified. And I think that reasonably justified point is a very important one. I think the rapporteur has done a good job in pointing out the pressure that the police are under. We have put a lot of stress on the police as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is absolutely crucial that we recognize that. But that is not an excuse for racial discrimination, and it should be. We should be very careful about seeing it as if it were an excuse. A number of people have mentioned the situation in the UK, so I thought that I would just comment briefly on that. And I quote from the government's own documentation on police powers to stop and search. And the first thing to say on this is a police officer might stop you and ask several questions: what your name is, what you're doing in the area, and what you're doing there. But you don't have to stop or answer any questions. If you don't, and there's no other reason to suspect you, then this alone can't be used as a reason to search or arrest you. And a police officer has powers to stop and search you if they have reasonable grounds to suspect you're carrying illegal drugs, a weapon, stolen property, or something which could be used to commit a crime, such as a crowbar or a jemmy. So I congratulate the rapporteur again for a topical question, and I do think that this is something that we could do with more research on, to be able to differentiate the situations that he has highlighted and that make up the bulk of what he has described in his report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker on behalf of UAL is Mr. Lukaidis from Cyprus. Online.
Good afternoon from Nicosia. Allow me first to congratulate Boris for his excellent report. Dear colleagues, the violent killings of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor by police officers in the US have shocked public opinion worldwide. Europe, unfortunately, has not been spared. The detention of far-right and neo-Nazi groups in Germany's law enforcement institutions, systemic racism in French national police, the recent resignation of the Dutch government over childcare subsidies that wrongly targeted taxpayers on the basis of their ethnic profile, but also the systemic racism revealed by the shocking murder of 5 migrant women and their children in Cyprus in 2019, all demonstrate that such practices occur in a large scale in most of the Council of Europe member states, even more so in light of the emergency measures imposed due to the pandemic. Taking this opportunity, we would like to pay tribute to the victims and join our voice with the Black Lives Matter and other human rights movements in strongly condemning such practices. Actions fueled by prejudice and stereotypes, such as targeted checks and arrest on institutional exclusion or institutional exclusion based on ethnic profiling, promote and distort the image of society. Discriminating a person because of racial, ethnic, sexual, or religious preferences should not be tolerated. Moreover, such practices run counter to the basic principles and values of this organization. Such discriminatory acts have far-reaching negative consequences, leading to the erosion of trust towards state authorities. Ethnic profiling can result in grave human rights violations, not only by targeting certain profiles of individuals or communities, but also by failing to protect them. We must ensure that law enforcement bodies show no tolerance to discrimination, for to be neutral or negligent is to be complicit. Systemic racism requires a systemic response, dear colleagues. In the case of law enforcement authorities, raising awareness against racism is essential. Targeted measures to effectively investigate and combat systemic discrimination include data collection on ethnic profiling and the establishment of independent mechanisms for civilians' complaints against unjustified and disproportionate police practices. This must be addressed and reprimanded, ensuring fair and effective policing practices for all communities, enhancing police officers' accountability, and investing in police training on human rights practices and standards is equally important. Open dialogue must also be encouraged between civil society organizations, institutions, and other relevant stakeholders. The role of parliaments, dear colleagues, is central in this process. Enacting legislation which prohibits discrimination in all state institutions, promoting fair and equal access to health, education, and employment, publicly condemning ethnic profiling practices, and exhibiting zero tolerance to hate speech and racism by state authorities is where we must target our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the list of speakers on behalf of political groups. Next speaker on the list is Mr. Rampi from Italy. Is he still there? Oh, there he is.
Sì, signor Presidente, signori colleghi, questo tema è un tema particolarmente delicato e mi complimento davvero per il bellissimo rapporto che credo ci dia gli strumenti di una riflessione e di un intervento. C'è un aspetto che riguarda sicuramente il comportamento delle forze dell'ordine, è stato ricordato con forza. C'è un aspetto di natura culturale di fondo. Entrando questa mattina nel Palazzo dell'Europa abbiamo tutti lasciato un pezzo di cuore su quei fiori deposti ai piedi della targa che ricorda l'Olocausto. Purtroppo, se trattiamo questi temi, non possiamo non pensare che il punto di arrivo finale di un processo di profilazione etnica, il più tremendo, il più incredibile e spero il più irraggiungibile, sia stato esattamente quello della Shoah. E la Shoah ci insegna tante cose, ce ne insegna anche una particolarmente drammatica, cioè che la tecnologia, l'innovazione, le capacità crescenti dell'intelligenza umana che possono produrre del bene, tanto bene, pensiamo alla medicina, pensiamo alla capacità produttiva, pensiamo alla capacità organizzativa che furono alla base della rivoluzione industriale, possono essere gli stessi strumenti utilizzati per produrre tanto male, perché questa fu la vicenda e la storia della Shoah. Intelligenze straordinarie, uomini di intelligenza straordinaria applicati alla distruzione di un'intera razza, come la definivano loro, e noi non la definiamo così perché sappiamo che non esistono in realtà le razze su questo pianeta. Ecco, io credo che quello a cui siamo di fronte oggi, quello a cui dobbiamo prestare particolarmente attenzione rispetto a questo rapporto, rispetto a questo tema, è proprio quanto un comportamento sbagliato che appartiene ai singoli individui, ma che può diventare moda, può diventare comportamento collettivo, viene rafforzato dagli strumenti tecnologici che permettono di far diventare questo un comportamento ordinario. E voglio citare in quest'Aula, anche se non riguarda i 47 paesi del Consiglio d'Europa, il tema degli uiguri e la vicenda drammatica della popolazione dell'Uguristan, oggi Cina, che viene profilata in maniera etnica da moltissimi anni. Ecco, io credo che a tutti questi comportamenti sbagliati noi dobbiamo reagire. E ultima cosa che vorrei dire, nel mio paese succede troppo spesso, l'informazione pubblica ha una grande responsabilità. Quando un colpevole o un presunto colpevole viene descritto non come donna o come uomo, ma in virtù della propria provenienza, e viene detto questo cittadino di questo paese ha commesso omicidio, ecco, si sta alimentando questo comportamento.
Thank you. Next speaker on the list is Mrs. Huac from Hungary Online.
Thank you, Mr. President. Police forces play a very important role for the cohesion of society by protecting the population from security threats and contributing to ensuring a peaceful living together. For example, the Code of Ethics for the Police of Hungary, the police officer recognizes and protects human dignity and respects human rights, act impartially, regardless of gender, age, citizenship, ethnicity, religious or political belief, social and property status. In the exercise of the power conferred upon, the officer is prudent and moderate, carries out the measures without prejudice and temper, and avoids the formation of unnecessary conflicts. As Rapporteur highlighted, the police play an important role in the society as guardian of the law, enforcement and human rights, raising awareness on this issue that dialogue and cooperation between the police and the society is highly important. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Next speaker on the list is Mr. Aydin from Turkey online. Is he connected? Can't see him at the moment. Mr. Aydin? Then we go on. Next speaker would be Mrs. Saburana from Ukraine. 398, not in the room. Next speaker would be Mrs. Apataray from Azerbaijan. Yes, please, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, it's really unfortunate that even now, when we live in 21st century, we still have such notions as racism, discrimination, and xenophobia. In the current report, the main focus was made on the ethnic profiling by law enforcement officers, as they do identity checks on a daily basis. And some individuals are being singled out for such checks solely on the grounds of race, color, national or ethnic origin, or perceived religion. However, we should not consider police and law enforcement bodies separately. They are parts of society, and in lots of ways, they behave as society does. Unfortunately, ethnic or discriminatory profiling by police is a reflection of the racist and xenophobic patterns in a number of societies of Europe. If we take ethnic profiling by police out of the context of the overall problem that we have here in Europe, then we will never find the right solution. Racist and xenophobic problem exist, and it seems to be on the rise. Ethnic profiling grows from feeling of ethnic or cultural distrust and supremacy. We in Azerbaijan have lived through a very painful period of our history when, driven by the political ideology of national supremacy, Armenian government and political elite of the last 3 decades carried out a total ethnic cleansing of Azerbaijanis based solely on their ethnic identity from 20% of Azerbaijani territories. And this is not far away history. It happened in the Council of Europe space. Today, I am proud to say that Azerbaijan managed to enforce international law and restore the right of these people to go back home. Today, the main priority for us is to rebuild the liberated territories, return Azerbaijani refugees back to their homes, which have been completely destroyed, and to create the environment for Azerbaijanis and Armenians to live together in peace and dignity. Unfortunately, there are pages in the European history that contradict its current values. We must adhere to these values so that history does not repeat itself. The problem of ethnic profiling, discrimination, and xenophobia should be discussed, should be addressed, as the mere existence of these dangerous manifestations in Europe is simply unacceptable. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I have a request from an online participant for a point of order, Mr. Wichel from Sweden. You have the floor, Mr. Wichel. We continue. He's disconnected. Next speaker. He's coming back.
Mr. President.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to say that I did a mistake. I obviously intend to vote no on document 15216, the challenge on substantive grounds. They're still unratified credentials of the parliamentary delegation of the Russian Federation. So I would just like to have that in the protocol.
Okay, thank you. That will be recorded in the minutes. That clarifies your point. Thank you. Then we go back to the debate, and the next speaker on the list would be Mr. Emre from Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank Boris Klavics for this important report. As politicians, we focus on issues that we consider big issues or so-called high politics. However, we ignore issues of everyday life that are thought to be small, but those issues cause huge and unjust sufferings. One may suggest that what happens if a person is stopped? Thousands of people are stopped every day. However, when you read the report, you clearly see that the situation is not that simple. Because the report shows us that stopping people not on individual suspicion, but prejudices based on race or ethnicity is a discriminative action. And this discrimination manifests itself as ethnic profiling and creates strong sense of victimization. Racism has been one of the most important problems of our age. In recent years, the situation has been worsened. In the worsening of this problem, it is necessary to underline the role of the racist and authoritarian politicians. Those politicians set a segment of society as a target, then they mobilize their electorate and make them hostile to a specific ethnic or religious group. One of the most important functions of politicians and political parties should be to educate the society within the framework of democratic political values. Unfortunately, we are far from this function today. On the contrary, many politicians and political parties are competing in racism. In addition, people who display racist attitudes actually think that what they are doing is not racism. They think they can't be racist. In fact, they are not aware of what is racism and what is not. For this reason, as underlined in the resolution, regular training of the police on racism is of great importance, both in terms of preventing and combating racism. We have seen very serious crimes throughout human history. However, no crime has become as serious as crimes caused by Nazism. Nazis' anti-Semitic slogans of 1920s paved the way to the racist regime in the 1930s, and the end result became the Holocaust in the 1940s. To never experience these tragedies again, a strong fight against racism should be at the top of our agenda. Therefore, I would like to express my gratitude once again to Mr. Klavics and those who contributed to the writing of this report. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mrs. González Vázquez from Spain.
Presidente, estimados colegas, deseo en primer lugar agradecer al rapporteur el trabajo realizado en este informe, cuya oportunidad está vinculada a los movimientos Black Lives Matter que tuvieron lugar en Estados Unidos y muchos otros lugares del mundo a raíz de la vil muerte de George Floyd. Como el informe pone de manifiesto, es frecuente en muchos países que se utilice un perfil étnico en las investigaciones policiales, vinculado a veces a las declaraciones de los testigos de delitos que proporcionan descripciones simplificadas o estereotipadas y otras veces simplemente por la existencia de prejuicios previos en relación con determinados grupos de población. El informe pone de manifiesto los resultados de diferentes pruebas y proyectos en los que se evidencia que este enfoque es simplista y dificulta más que favorece la solución de las investigaciones. Me alegra comprobar, además, que el rapporteur, señor Šilewicz, encontró en España, en mi país, ejemplos de buenas prácticas policiales sobre cómo trabajar sin influencia de ese perfil étnico, a diferencia de otros informes en los que el mismo señor Šilewicz no valora igual la fortaleza de la democracia española y el respeto a los derechos humanos y a la libertad de expresión en todo el territorio nacional. Es importante, importantísimo, que estas buenas prácticas mencionadas en el informe y detectadas en España y en otros países del Consejo de Europa se trasladen al resto de los Estados miembros porque son relevantes para la preservación de los derechos humanos de los ciudadanos del Consejo de Europa, porque el uso del perfil étnico afecta de manera muy sensible a personas pertenecientes a determinados grupos que ven su vida vigilada y afectada simplemente por pertenecer a ese grupo concreto, identificado además de manera tan poco rigurosa por factores como el aspecto físico, el nombre, el apellido o la forma de vestir. Espero que este informe sirva de base para que la Asamblea Parlamentaria continúe el trabajo de análisis de esta práctica, que no se limita solo a la actividad policial, sino que se ha utilizado muy frecuentemente, por ejemplo, en la investigación médica y biológica. Esto ha causado numerosas discusiones de carácter ético, ya que el concepto de etnia es más bien una construcción social con un nulo valor en términos científicos y no una clasificación biológica. Ahora mismo nos encontramos con el mismo sistema utilizado por las grandes tecnológicas y sus algoritmos. Por ello, considero que este informe puede ser un buen punto de partida para seguir avanzando en una sociedad que rechace de manera definitiva el perfil étnico como categoría absolutamente desfasada y contraria a los principios que rigen y deben ser preservados por los Estados miembros del Consejo de Europa. Muchas gracias, presidente. Muchas gracias, estimados colegas.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lord Griffiths from the United Kingdom, online. Okay. There seems to be technical issues. The next speaker on the list is Mr. Umerov from Ukraine. Mr. Umerov, please, can you put your mask on?
Mask? Okay,
Yes.
sure. 1 second. I'm grateful to rapporteur for such a complex approach to the topic of ethnic profiling. Ethnic profiling is a discriminatory practice when law enforcement officers unreasonably, purely on the grounds of religion, ethnicity, language, detain citizens, subject them to more severe checks. It was mentioned in the report about ethnical profiling performed by the Russian police. targeting in particular migrants from Central Asia and Caucasus. Although I'd like to highlight the problem of usage of same discriminatory practice in temporary occupied Crimea. After the occupation of Crimea, this policy was transformed into the practice of prosecutors for political reasons. Russia unreasonably accuses many of our citizens of committing fabricated crime simply because Crimean Tatars are Muslims, or because ethnic Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars living in Crimea have pro-Ukrainian political views. This fact itself serves as a basis for accusations of participation in terrorist organization or spying. Those who have the situation when ethnic profiling in the first place paves the way to mass human rights violations, to long term of imprisonment for innocent people. Another demonstration of ethnic profiling used by Russian law enforcement organs is the deprivation of medical care for our political prisoners. I'm talking not only about the worsening of chronic illnesses, but also about the attitude towards our citizens in times of COVID-19. The lawyers and relatives of our political prisoners have evidence of the fact that nothing is done to prevent the spread of coronavirus among the prisoners in different prisons. Also, I would like to raise the issue of persecution of Ukrainian Orthodox Church by the occupation authority. The Archbishop Clement of Simferopol and Crimean of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church was once detained based on the anonymous trumped-up accusations. Also, he still faces threats to be imprisoned. I'm completely sure that the single reason for such actions of the Russians occupation organs is to suppress the freedom of religion and belief. I consider forced conscriptions as one of the dimensions of ethnic profiling. This practice was launched in 2014. Since then, at least 25,000 ethnic Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars have been forcibly conscribed to serve in Russian armed forces. Although I want to point out that such policy of forced conscription is clearly prohibited by the Geneva Convention relative to the protection of civilian persons in time of war of 1949. To sum up, I have pointed out a number of discriminatory practices performed by Russia targeted at ethnic Ukrainian and Crimean Tatars under their occupation. I wanted to draw your attention, dear colleagues, to such vigorous violations of human rights in one of the Council of Europe member states. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker on the list is Mrs. Günay from Turkey online.
Thank you, Chair. Dear President, dear colleagues, ethnic profiling is the grim reality of our century and the European geography. Unfortunately, this issue is neither among the top priorities of the prominent political leaders, nor in the agendas of the political parties. However, it needs special attention to be addressed properly in order to be heard and known and to receive public attention. Since the racial profiling in state institutions is not even perceived as a serious problem, data on the cases of profiling is not properly collected, and that is why it is very hard to find a way to get such data. Nonetheless, we know that the ethnic and religious minorities in member states of the Council of Europe face systemic stop and search operations by police without any objective evidence. Such practices make immigrants, colored people, and members of different religious groups usual criminal suspects. Thus, there is no doubt that the ethnic profiling constitutes human rights violation which cannot be acceptable. Above all, behaving a person as if he or she is a criminal without any reason is clearly infringement of the presumption of innocence. If a Black person gets involved in a crime, it shouldn't justify police to harass all Black people. It is far away from being effective. On the contrary, it is misleading the police, putting the investigation focus in wrong direction. Moreover, using racial profiling as a policing tool diminishes the trust between the society and the police services, which is indispensably result in collapse of peace in the society. As my concluding remarks, I would like to thank the rapporteur bringing such an important topic to the agenda of this meeting. I hope all forms of discrimination based on ethnicity, nationality, or religious belief will be removed from the institutions and societies throughout the European continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker on the list is Mr. Yellow from Sweden.
Me because I can't see myself, but I thank you very much, Mr. President, for allowing me to speak. This is a very important report. It's a very, very important report, and I had planned to give a speech, which listening to everybody else speaking, I don't want to repeat what everybody else have said. And I want to thank the rapporteur for lifting this very important issue, which normally is not discussed. And when discussed, we only acknowledge sometimes of its existence and we don't move forward. We need to move forward because this is a serious, serious problem. Now, I say it's a serious problem because I know, as a person of African descent myself, racial profiling is something that it has become a norm in my day-to-day life. It doesn't matter if you are a refugee. It doesn't matter if you have been living in Europe for your whole life. It doesn't matter if you are born and raised here. It doesn't matter if you're a professor or a PhD holder. It doesn't matter if you are a politician. You are still a target of racial profiling by the police. You become a victim of racial profiling by the police and law enforcement. The last time I was, and it's humiliating and degrading and dehumanizing. Traveling with your members, other members of parliament, all of them white and you are the only black person, and all of them would go through control and you would be stopped every single time. The last time that happened to me was in Germany. In fact, I was there attending as a coordinator for No Hate Parliamentary Alliance in the Bundestag. When I was going home, I was stopped. Out of 200 people that went through the control, I was stopped. And when I asked, why am I stopped? I was told that this is random check. Random check that I went through in Copenhagen when I was flying to Berlin, and random check when I was flying from Berlin to Copenhagen again. Random check when I traveled to Belgium, random check when I traveled from Belgium to Sweden, random check when I'm traveling from Sweden to other countries. It never stops. And it doesn't matter how you are dressed, it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter how well educated, it doesn't matter. And it is done without reasonable suspicion, without reasonable grounds. The only reason that they do is because the way I look. And it cannot be acceptable in any society that considers itself to be democratic and functions, on the values of the rule of law. That's why we need to do everything within our power to stop racial profiling. We need to make sure that the regulations and the legislations that we have in place, we implement those regulations, we follow them up, make sure they are implemented as they are taught to be implemented. Because racial profiling is not an effective way of working. Whilst we stop certain people, the real crooks and the real criminals, we let them go because they are not people of color, because they are not Muslims, because they are not people that are suspected because of their background. We need to make sure that stops. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. So I hope we can support this report, and I hope we can keep on working and make this a priority for the Council of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker on the list is Mr. Ganjaliev from Azerbaijan.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the rapporteur for his excellent document, preparing this report, which is very important here in European continent, because indeed this is a very serious issue, and indeed it makes it's a matter of great concern for all of us, because singling out and checking, scrutinizing people on the only basis of their ethnicity, of their nationality, on the basis of their religious grounds are totally unacceptable. It's against not only of the human rights, the common values that we are at here in the Council of Europe, but it is also against the perception of this very organization that we are sitting here. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, there are some countries and there are some groups of people who still unfortunately exercise this ethnic profiling in their respective countries. And of course, in the past, we have seen the consequences of such a practice. In the past, Dashnak ideology fueled and propelled in the Republic of Armenia, and we have seen very negative consequences of this ideology because it is based on the ethnic segregation, ethnic discrimination, and ethnic profiling. Unfortunately, as a person who lived the rest of my life, the previous 30 years of my life as an IDP, I have seen the consequences of this ethnic segregation on my own personal experience. And of course, there's only one way out of this problem, which is the peaceful coexistence and the peaceful living together in the region. Because if we would like to address this very great concern in our continent, we have to leave aside all other problems and to look forward into the future. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, Mesdames et Messieurs, en conclusion de mon discours, je voudrais dire qu'il est très, très important pour nous d'unir nos efforts contre le profilage ethnique, contre la xénophobie, contre la discrimination ethnique, parce que c'est très, très important pour nous que le monde est meilleure place lorsque nous jouissons notre liberté, notre égalité, le droit de l'homme et démocratie. Le monde est meilleur lorsque nous jouissons d'une coexistence pacifique. Et bien sûr que je suis sûr que comme les parlementaires du Conseil de l'Europe, nous allons lutter ensemble contre ce phénomène qui est très, très dangereux dans nos jours. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
Merci. Next speaker on the list is Madame Sorabian from Armenia, online. Any reaction? No. Next speaker on the list is Mr. Olenikov from Russia, also online. So, Madame Zarabian is
Oui,
now...
oui. Un petit problème technique. Excusez-moi. Chers collègues, dans notre assemblée, nous avons souvent discuté les chers collègues, dans notre assemblée, nous avons discuté souvent les questions du profilage.
Mr. Olenikov is in the line. Mr. Olenikov asked for the floor. The next speaker is Mr. Paul Gavan from Ireland, also online.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. I want to begin by warmly welcoming this resolution and commending the rapporteur. The creeping menace of racism and xenophobia is already stalking many parts of Europe, and tackling ethnic profiling is one concrete action that every country can and should make to combat prejudice and racial discrimination. Racial or ethnic profiling in policing has been defined as the use by the police with no objective and reasonable justification of grounds such as race, color, languages, religion, nationality, or national or ethnic origin. In this judgment in 2005, in the case of Timoshev versus Russia, the European Court of Human Rights stated that differential treatment of persons in relevantly similar situations without an objective and reasonable justification constitutes discrimination. And the Council of Europe Commission of Human Rights stated in 2019 that though by no means new, this phenomenon is still widespread across the Council of Europe area. Access to judicial and non-judicial remedies in cases of alleged ethnic profiling, including those stemming from the technological use of machine learning algorithms, is crucial. The UN has also decried the use of racial profiling and the technology often behind it, with Vereen Shepherd, a member of the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, stating last November, "We've heard about companies using these algorithmic methods to discriminate on the basis of skin color." Ethnic profiling can affect people greatly and have life-changing consequences. A PACE report from last month states ethnic profiling can have a negative impact on both the persons being checked and society at large. It contributes to promoting a distorted view and to stigmatizing parts of the population. It can also reflect deeply rooted racism. In their national human rights structures, including equality bodies, as well as independent police oversight authorities, should play an increasingly active role in detecting and mitigating the risks associated with the use of algorithms in the criminal justice system. It needs to be an area addressed, and the negative consequences for society as a whole need to be recognized. Colleagues, I want to finish just by reflecting on the speech of my colleague, Malcolm Jallow, just a few minutes ago. His description of what happens on his travels is all too common an occurrence for people of color, people of particular ethnic minorities. It's something that used to happen to Irish people at a certain time during the conflict in our country, and I can relate to that. It's entirely unacceptable, and all of us should acknowledge that it can never be acceptable in any of our states under any grounds. As I started in the beginning of my speech, there is a horrendous rise of xenophobia and racism, and this is an issue that should unite all of us to combat this horrendous hate speech, this horrendous fear of people. It needs to change, and all of us should unite on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Madame Zorabian. You have the floor.
Thank you, chers collègues. Dans notre assemblée, nous avons souvent discuté les questions du profilage ethnique, du nettoyage ethnique, de la protection ethnique. Et puisque notre assemblée, pour les raisons inconnues pour moi, a considéré la question de Navalny plus importante que la crise humanitaire de la dernière guerre d'Artsakh, que la question des prisonniers de guerre, alors je suis obligée de revenir sur les conséquences humanitaires de cette guerre et sur les programmes azerbaïdjanais d'expulsion des Arméniens d'Artsakh. L'Union européenne appelle à des sanctions spéciales contre la Russie pour l'arrestation d'Alexei Navalny. Le Parlement européen tient la discussion urgente au sujet de l'arrestation d'Alexei Navalny et appelle à nouveau à des sanctions graves contre la Russie. L'Union européenne, les ministères des Affaires étrangères des États-Unis et du Canada ont immédiatement condamné cette arrestation. J'ai toujours été un partisan des droits de l'homme, mais pour moi, les droits de l'homme ne peuvent pas et ne doivent pas être sélectifs. Ils ne doivent pas être conditionnés par la sympathie ou de l'antisympathie envers un pays concret. Pour moi, le droit de l'homme n'a jamais été motivé par des intérêts politiques. Et lorsque toute la communauté internationale condamne l'arrestation de Navalny, moi, en tant qu'un député arménien, je voudrais poser une question légitime. Quand l'Azerbaïdjan, le 27 septembre, a réalisé des crimes de guerre pendant la dernière guerre contre l'Artsakh en utilisant des armes interdites par toutes les conventions internationales, y compris des bombes et bandes lancées sur des infrastructures civiles, sur des patrimoines culturels. Il a également utilisé des armes chimiques, du phosphore blanc, infligeant des souffrançait aux soldats brûlés au phosphore et aux civils. Et décapitant un soldat arménien et vivant aux vieilles arméniennes, ils ont filmé et publié eux-mêmes ces actes inhumains sur leurs réseaux sociaux. Nous n'avons pas vu alors la protestation de la communauté internationale. Pourquoi la communauté internationale n'a-t-elle pas condamné ce crime inhumain comme au XXIe siècle? Nous avons vu avec les exemples de nombreux pays du monde comment les métastases de Soros détruisent le système de valeurs. L'Église, la famille partagent la société entre noirs et blancs, affaiblissent l'immunité nationale du pays où ils peuvent prendre le pouvoir ou avoir des membres dans le pouvoir. Et maintenant, ils essayent de réaliser le même programme en Russie à l'aide d'un allié de Soros comme Navalny. Ils veulent pénétrer en Russie et priver la Russie de son système de valeurs et de l'immunité de défense comme les métastases ils font fait en Arménie. Et je répète, pour moi, les droits de l'homme n'ont pas de politique. Oui, et je peux importe et politique et peu importe le pays d'origine de cette personne, la Russie que vous n'aimez pas, l'Arménie, la France ou l'Artsakh qui n'a pas encore été reconnu. Je veux que notre Assemblée, dont le principe fondamental devrait être l'égalité et la justice, rester simplement attachée à ces valeurs et pas aux marionnettes de Soros, l'unité de la Russie. Merci.
Merci. Okay, I now call on someone who was not on our list but couldn't get the floor. Is Mr. Olenikov there or not? No. Then we go to Lucie Monsion from Canada. Welcome, observer. Lucie, if you can ask for the floor again, please.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, bien que la pandémie de COVID-19 ait occupé une place importante dans les débats publics ces derniers mois, il ne s'agit évidemment pas du seul événement à avoir marqué l'imaginaire collectif au cours de l'année 2020. Les manifestations aux États-Unis et ailleurs dans le monde en réaction à la mort des personnes noires aux mains de la police nous ont tous rappelé que beaucoup de travail reste à faire afin d'éradiquer ce fléau qu'est le racisme. Une conséquence de ce racisme qui perdure dans nos sociétés est liée au fait que le profilage racial continue d'être employé. Il s'agit pourtant d'une action qui est non seulement illégale et immorale, mais aussi contre-productive. Au Canada, la Commission ontarienne des droits de la personne définit le profilage racial comme toute action prise pour des raisons de sûreté, de sécurité ou de protection du public qui repose sur des stéréotypes fondés sur la race, la couleur, l'ethnie, l'ascendance, la religion, le lieu d'origine ou une combinaison de ces facteurs plutôt que sur un soupçon raisonnable dans le but d'isoler une personne à des fins d'examen ou de traitement particulier. Le profilage racial est une forme de discrimination raciale. Au Canada, la discrimination fondée sur la race, l'origine nationale ou ethnique, la couleur ou la religion est prohibée en vertu de l'article 15 de la Charte canadienne des droits et libertés. En Europe, l'article 14 de la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme interdit également la discrimination fondée sur de tels motifs. En vertu des articles 8 et 9 de la Charte canadienne, les Canadiens et Canadiennes sont également protégés contre les fouilles, perquisitions et saisies abusives et la détention ou l'emprisonnement arbitraire. Les Européens et Européennes bénéficient de protections similaires en vertu de l'article 5 de la Convention européenne. Les actions policières sont contraintes par de telles garanties juridiques. Or, malgré ces protections, le profilage racial demeure un problème au Canada comme en Europe. À ce titre, le Comité permanent de la sécurité publique et nationale de la Chambre des communes du Canada effectue présentement une étude sur le racisme systémique au sein des services policiers. Dans le cadre de cette étude, plusieurs témoins ont fait référence au profilage racial, particulièrement en ce qui concerne les personnes noires et les Autochtones. Selon le rapport commissionné en 2019 par le service de police de la Ville de Montréal, les personnes noires et les Autochtones autochtones ont de 4 à 5 fois plus de chances que les personnes blanches d'être interpellées par la police de Montréal, l'une des villes les plus populeuses du Canada. Ces rapports soulignent que le profilage racial est un problème présent dans d'autres villes canadiennes, dont Toronto, Vancouver, Ottawa et Halifax. Le projet de résolution devant nous aujourd'hui offre des pistes de solutions que les membres de cette Assemblée parlementaire et du Conseil de l'Europe pourraient envisager afin de faire face à cette situation hautement problématique. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci. We now come to Kamal Jafarov from the room. Is he here? No. Then we go to the next speaker, who is Marietta Karamanli. You have, Marietta, vous avez la parole.
Voilà, oui. Est-ce que vous me recevez? Oui. Alors, bonjour, chers collègues, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons à l'ordre du jour de notre Assemblée un rapport et une résolution sur le sujet du profilage ethnique, son utilisation à des fins de discrimination et les ressources et moyens de nature à lutter contre ce phénomène dans nos propres États et pays. Je souhaite tout d'abord remercier notre collègue rapporteur Boris Silevich pour son rapport malheureusement d'actualité et ses recommandations pertinentes. Après avoir fait donc le constat que ces pratiques existaient et étaient négatives pour les personnes et qui en sont victimes comme pour la cohésion de la société, le rapporteur propose leur interdiction légale, la sensibilisation en direction de celles et ceux qui peuvent être tentés par ce prisme, la formation des autorités et agents publics, le soutien aux personnes discriminées, la mise en œuvre de contrôles qu'on peut qualifier d'internes et externes, et la participation des institutions d'autorité indépendantes spécialisées dans la défense des droits pour lutter contre. Je ferai deux observations. La première concerne l'utilisation de ce qu'on nomme l'intelligence artificielle au titre des outils de prévention et de poursuite de la délinquance. L'utilisation d'algorithmes d'apprentissage automatique dans des systèmes de justice pénale est de plus en plus courante et plusieurs pays européens testent l'utilisation d'algorithmes d'apprentissage automatique au titre de la police dite prédictive. Je note que de nombreux signalements ont été faits s'agissant des biais qu'elle emporte et des erreurs qu'elle permet. Si le format de notre discussion de ce jour ne nous permet pas d'aller plus loin sur ce sujet, il convient ici de rappeler que cette utilisation génère des discriminations, mais aussi porte bien souvent atteinte au droit à la vie privée et met en cause la protection des données. Il s'agit donc, comme le note le commissaire aux droits de l'homme du Conseil de l'Europe, de préconisations ou des préoccupations majeures associées à l'utilisation du profilage algorithmique. Ma seconde observation porte sur l'importance à donner aux décisions de justice qui viennent à encadrer strictement et ainsi limiter toutes les pratiques qui pourraient laisser à penser qu'il y a à la base de décisions de l'administration ou de comportements de la police des discriminations. Certes, le fait qu'un nombre croissant d'affaires soumises aux tribunaux compétents montre qu'il existe des pratiques condamnables, met en évidence aussi l'importance des droits des personnes et du recours à la justice considérée comme valable pour y mettre fin. Toutes donc les décisions de justice qui mettent en évidence qu'une différence de traitement doivent être justifiées, soient objectivées et à l'absence de ces éléments, qu'il est crédible qu'il y ait discrimination, constitue donc un puissant facteur de normalisation et de lutte contre le profilage ethnique. Je terminerai mon propos, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le rapporteur, chers collègues, comme en rappelant d'abord la nécessité d'une information large des personnes, plus susceptibles que d'autres d'être discriminées, à être informées de leurs droits. L'importance aussi de s'assurer de la mise en œuvre effective des codes de déontologie pour les agents publics ou privés chargés d'une mission de police. Enfin, je vous suggère qu'une plateforme de bonnes pratiques de prévention et de lutte contre le profilage ethnique et de leur efficacité puisse être envisagée en soutien des autorités politiques et nationales, mais aussi des associations mobilisées sur ce sujet. Ce serait à l'évidence une bonne chose et je serai à vos côtés pour les soutenir. Merci, Monsieur le rapporteur, du travail que vous avez réalisé.
Merci à vous. I now come to Madame Yasko in the room. Is Madame Yasko here? Just arrived, spot on time. Well, I'll give the floor to... Take your time, Madame Jasko. We'll take you after André. Are you ready? Okay, just take your time. We still have then two colleagues who will intervene, André Gallotin and Madame Jasko will then be our last speaker of today. André, vous avez la parole.
Mes chers collègues, je tiens tout d'abord à remercier très chaleureusement Boris Cedevich pour son rapport qui nous donne l'occasion de parler de ce sujet particulièrement important. C'est un sujet sensible au moins à deux titres. D'abord parce que l'appréhension par les forces de l'ordre de personnes sur le seul motif ethnique est constitutive de discrimination et est contraire à nos valeurs. C'est sensible aussi parce que, comme le souligne le rapport, le profilage ethnique peut miner la confiance d'une partie de la population envers les forces de l'ordre. Ce débat intervient aujourd'hui à un moment particulièrement d'actualité pour la France. En effet, le gouvernement français a lancé ce lundi une concertation nationale consacrée à la police, à la gendarmerie et à ses rapports avec la population. Et pas plus tard qu'hier, 6 organisations non gouvernementales ont annoncé mettre en demeure l'État et, pour la première fois, envisager une action de groupe contre l'État français afin de lutter contre les contrôles aux faciès. Ces associations, ces ONG, prônent notamment une modification du code de procédure pénale pour interdire explicitement la discrimination dans les contrôles d'identité, la création d'un mécanisme de plainte efficace et indépendant, ou encore la mise à disposition de toute personne contrôlée d'une preuve de contrôle. Je ne doute pas que nous aurons des débats sur ce thème au Parlement français dans les prochains mois. Je ne doute pas non plus que la justice française, si elle est finalement saisie, appréciera les éléments du dossier de manière pertinente et sans faiblesse. Je rappelle que la Cour de cassation française a en effet déjà condamné l'État français en 2016 pour ce motif, et s'il y a lieu de condamner l'État, elle le fera à nouveau. Je veux dire, comme le dit le rapporteur, que la question de la formation de la police et le contrôle de ces pratiques est essentiel. Mais je voudrais ouvrir aussi un autre point qui n'est pas évoqué dans le rapport, qui me semble important, et c'est un des priorités ici au Conseil de l'Europe, c'est celui de l'existence ou non de statistiques ethniques. En France, elles sont interdites par la Constitution. Et parfois, je considère que c'est bien dommage. Certains pays l'utilisent. Notre collègue qui est intervenu du Canada pourrait le rappeler. Les statistiques ethniques sont aussi évidentes et utiles pour voir les discriminations qui sont faites. Et même pour la police, d'une certaine manière, parfois de se protéger. Nous assistons dans nos villes à une ghettoisation. Dans certains quartiers où il y a 80% de gens qui sont des représentants des minorités visibles, s'il y a 80% de contrôles qui sont faits auprès d'elles, nous ne sommes pas dans une discrimination. En revanche, dans d'autres cas, oui, il y a discrimination. Je crois que ça permet, si elles sont bien appliquées et bien contrôlées, en tous les cas, de mettre en place des politiques publiques plus adaptées. Et le cas du Canada est particulièrement intéressant à ce sujet. Je vous remercie.
Merci, André. We now come to our last speaker of today. Madame Jasko, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Well, I would like to speak in support of Roma communities in this question. Something which is particularly striking to me when reading the report is the number of times that Roma communities are especially mentioned as the victims of ethnic profiling in countries across Europe. The topic of systematic discrimination against Roma is not new, but the pandemic and the COVID and all the measures brought in control and created lots of problems for Roma communities. The number of jobs that Roma communities lost, the numerous cases of the violence that Roma really had during the pandemic is increasing. And I believe that impact of the fake news is also increasing during the pandemic. While the report briefly touches on the role of the media, the proliferation of fake news regarding minorities such as Roma is a particular case for concern. It exaggerates the already inflammatory rhetoric used by certain media outlets on ethnic minorities, which may in return reinforce prejudice of law enforcement agencies. I would like to say that the broader issue of ethnic profiling is a matter of concern for many member states. And I emphasize my willingness to engage further on this question also in Ukraine, because it's a big, big problem, especially with the questions that concern vaccine and other challenges that we currently have in the COVID times. And I don't want Roma communities to suffer from that, because they are not included in the process. And we should think more how we should include Roma communities to have more rights, more political inclusion in the process. And therefore, I call for greater scrutiny on this matter going forward, which I believe to be critical given the ongoing pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Jasko. Unfortunately, I have to interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of the members on the speaker list who have been physically or remotely present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office. Okay. For publication in the official report, I remind colleagues that the text are to be submitted in TypeScript electronically, if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. Before giving the floor to the rapporteur, I have a request for a point of order by Madam Zaborska. Madam Zaborska, you have the floor. Hola.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Est-ce que je peux?
Vous avez la parole pour un point of order.
Merci d'avoir que je donne la parole. Je voudrais bien vous annoncer et de vous demander de le mettre dans le procès-verbal qu'à cause des questions techniques, je ne pouvais pas voter sur la résolution sur la délégation russe, mais mon vote est favorable, je vote pour. Alors, soyez si gentils et mettez-le dans le procès-verbal.
Merci, Madame Zaborska. On va effectivement l'ajouter au rapport, comme ça, tout est clair.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et bonne journée.
Avec plaisir. So, Mr. Silevic, do you wish to reply? Since you are not only rapporteur, but also chair, you can speak on both of your functions if you wish. But stick to 3 minutes, okay? I'm not going to give you twice 3 minutes.
Thank you, President. I am not a chair of this committee, so this report is prepared by the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination, not by the Legal Affairs Committee. So, dear colleagues, thank you very much for your valuable comments and also critical remarks. Unfortunately, I can't reply to everybody, but just very few notes. Petra Stinen mentioned other grounds for unlawful profiling. I fully agree with you that age, gender, or sexual identity, it's also might be a source of discrimination and unlawful profiling. And since relatively recently, we deal with the problem of multiple discrimination, and I believe we should develop more on this approach, also with regard to unlawful profiling. Artificial intelligence was mentioned by several speakers. Yes, this is a new source of inequalities and discrimination. Partly this issue was touched upon in a series of reports adopted by our Assembly at our previous session, but of course we should continue this. I am particularly grateful to Mr. Howell and Mr. Gavan, who reminded us about relevant case law of the European Court of Human Rights, and indeed the case of Timoshev versus Russia is a crucial one, where the court clearly said that different treatment of the basis of ethnic origin or skin color cannot be justified under any circumstances, and this is really very important. Mrs. Arpada Rice said that police is part of the society, and I fully agree with this, that indeed ethnic profiling by police as a rule reflects stereotypes and prejudice existing in the society, and so the society must have a say, and it can influence how the police works. Mrs. Karamanli mentioned compendium of good practices. This is actually has been done to a considerable extent, and the work is underway. This was done by NGOs, and also Committee of Ministers is doing something with this regard. So again, fully agree with you. Madam Jesko, yes, Roma is a very painful issue, and our assembly has taken this issue up on several occasions. I believe, I'm sure we should do more, and thank you very much for mentioning this very vulnerable autochthonous minority in Europe. And finally, the question about further research, which was touched upon by Petra Stinian and Mrs. Gonzalez Vasquez. Yes, certainly, let's work together. Let's continue this work so that to make Europe a continent where indeed all people, regardless of skin color, ethnic origin, mother tongue, sexual identity, have equal rights to safety, security, and dignity. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. I got a small slap on the fingers by the real chair of the committee, Petra. I do apologize. You have the floor.
No problem. We made it. Thank you very much. I would like to applaud Boris Celevich for this really very, very good, high quality and balanced report on such an important and sensitive issue. I think that it's very important to take a clear standpoint, a clear position against any racial discrimination and racism by law enforcement bodies. And to have a report on such a sensitive topic unanimously adopted in the committee and without any amendment here in the plenary, I think it's proof of really high quality work. And I want to thank Boris. I also want to thank the wonderful team of the Secretariat of the Equality and Non-Discrimination Committee. And yes, as some speakers mentioned, I totally agree that we should go deeper and even with a broader scope again into this material, as I think we really have to take a very clear human rights-based standpoint on any case and any possibility of discrimination for what reasons ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hereby the debate is closed. The Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination has presented a draft resolution. No amendments have been tabled, as the Chair has informed us of. Therefore, we will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution, which is contained in document 15199. Members present in the chamber should use the hemicycle voting system, and that alone. Members participating remotely should vote using the remote voting system. The vote is open. Please vote. Okay. Vote is closed. (74 in favor, 2 against, 4 abstentions). Therefore, the resolution is adopted. Dear colleagues, we come now to our next point. Congratulations. Constitution of the Standing Committee. The final business today is to constitute the Standing Committee. The membership of the Standing Committee is fixed by Rule 17.3 as follows: the President of the Assembly, the Vice Presidents of the Assembly, the leaders of the political groups, the chairpersons of national delegations, and the chairpersons of the general committees. A full list of members is set out in document commissions to 2021-02. Therefore, the Standing Committee is accordingly constituted. We now come, dear colleagues, to the end of our business. May I inform you of the fact that the sanitary conditions under which we have performed until this very moment have functioned quite well, apparently. we have had over 300 persons being tested, not once, but in some cases more than once. My case, for example, I went again for a test today, and I was quite happy to see that my test again was negative. So until now, we have no positive reported cases. So I thank each and everyone for, well, be as luckier than, unfortunately, many other people in our countries to not be infected by this terrible virus. I hope that we can stay that way. If it is not the case in the coming days, please inform us, because we need then to have a tracking system being put in place. But I think that it has been a just decision by the Bureau to have this meeting in a hybrid way, and provided that the conditions stay the same or even get better, I think it is safe to say that the Bureau might and probably will decide to have our April part session being organized in the same fashion. Now, I would like to thank all members of the Assembly, in particular the rapporteurs of the committees, for their work during this part session. I obviously also would like to thank the staff and interpreters, both permanent and temporary, who really have worked hard to make this first hybrid part session of the Assembly, with all its difficulties, because this has been a challenge to make it work. Thank you for that. Obviously, I would like to thank my vice presidents who chaired during this part session when I had other business to conduct, Mr. Kimmo Kiljunen, Mr. Irakli Kobatsise, Andreas Nick, and Madame Nicole Triss. Obviously, I would like to thank our Secretary General and particularly his staff. We have to say that many of us did have some doubts, but Wojciech, you pulled it off 100%. I mean, if this would have been an exam, you would have had, how do you call that, magna cum laude or something like that? I don't know how they call it. Anyway, but I also would like to inform colleagues that this is the last plenary session that we will have Wojciech amidst us. So I think it is justified to convey a really, really, really big thank for the 10 years of his service in these plenary sessions. And I know he's always so modest and he doesn't want anything, but I'm going to breach that, because Wojciech, I'm going to give you some kind of a souvenir of this plenary session. I don't suppose I'm allowed to, but you know, I'm a liberal, which means that I like to breach some rules. Well, not the rules, some habits. But I've got this hammer, dear colleagues. This is the hammer of the plenary session. It has been here for years. I've seen it lying there all the time and said, but what the hell do I need to do with that? Well, today I know, because I will give it to Wojciech as a president of us all, as let's say, as a symbol of the very, very steady hand that he has managed to have this assembly go through the troubling waters over the past years. I hope that you will accept this, Wojciech, with all my heart. This is for you. For this. Just a sec, Now, the second part session of 21 will be held on from 19 to 23 of April. We expect it to be in a hybrid manner. And I will not declare the first session closed. This is something that Wojciech has to do, but he has to promise me to end the sitting with knocking that hammer on the table for it to be closed. Wojciech, you've got the floor.
Thank you very much, President. Well, this is quite a special moment for me to say, well, goodbye to this assembly. After 25 years, which I spent here working with you, with your predecessors, starting in 1996. And I went through something which I think I'm calling in French, you say, la plus belle aventure de ma vie. And I'm very grateful to all of you, to those I have used to work with throughout all these years, for your always good cooperation, for many things which I have learned from you throughout these years. It was really very, I may say, enriching experience in my life. And I'm really very grateful for that, to all of you. for that what you told me, what I experienced with you in different committee meetings, in different plenary sessions, and I've seen a lot of things. And as I say, I will keep it with me until my last days. So thank you very much indeed for that. But I wanted also to say that all this machinery, it's not me who is behind. There's a whole group of people who are working for that. So I have to say that as well when I'm speaking to this assembly for the last time, that I'm very grateful also to whole staff working here in the Secretariat of the Assembly, but also elsewhere in the House, in different sectors of the House, who work for us, who work for you. Sometimes you do not see that, but who are behind the scenes and allow this assembly functioning. It's not just the Secretary General who is doing the job. There's a whole team of people who is doing that, and I'm also very grateful to them for that. Thank you very much again for everything you have offered to me during this last 25 years. Thank you.
May I then invite Wojciech to close the session by using this hammer that he will take with him. The session is closed at the sound of the hammer. Session is closed.